under a tornado warning until 3:45. So let's put a track on this. You can see a bit of a hook right here, if you will. I mean, once again, it's broad rotation within this thunderstorm, and as we show you the rotation, we'll widen out just a little bit. We will then put a track on this as well, and it's moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour, moving at that forward speed. Moving in that northeasterly direction. That will put it in these towns at these locations. Nevada, arrival time there is any moment now. Josephine is at 3:15. Catamills is at 3:24. Floyd, if it holds together, 3:31. Carver High School is at 3:43. So that's moving it pretty quickly into the really the west side of Hunt County. So here's Greenville right up here, and then there's Royse City. This is Colin County. There's Wiley, Murphy, Parker. Josephine's in this area right here on the Hunt Colin County line. But that's the thunderstorm right now that has produced some weak rotation. We were watching that on Doppler radar just a few moments ago. This is all really north of Royse City. But if you're in Royse City, even if you're as far south as Fate, you could be in an area that's we're concerned about right now. So Doppler radar is indicating that if you're in Rockwall, you're near Rockwall, moving northeast at 25 to 35 miles an hour. We could also have some, maybe some nickel or dime size hail. In addition to that, we could also see some gusty winds, some 60 mile an hour gusty winds. And in addition to that, let's go out to that Vanzant County storm. We're also showing some weak rotation with this storm as well. So this is to the east of Mineola. Here's Canton, here's Emory. So we're watching these two storms right here that could also have a little bit of rotation with them as well. So that's what's happening in East Texas. Let's go back into North Texas. Tornado warned storms, rains in Vanzant County until 3:45. You're under the threat of some storms there as well. And you can see the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area right now, quite a bit of thunderstorm activity, not severe in Dallas-Fort Worth, but it's on the northern side of Rockwall County and the southeast side of Colin County where we do have a tornado warning that is in effect. The rotation is broad, the rotation is weak, but some gusty winds, also some quarter size, maybe some nickel to maybe up to quarter size hail, a possibility. So let's put the velocity on, let's put where the rotation is taking place. Almost looks like the rotation right now has exited Rockwall County. And the rotation at this point, most likely in this area here around, probably this area between Royse City and Josephine right now. That's where our rotation is at this point. So once again, it's to the east of you and Wiley. It is not moving toward you and Wiley. It's moving away. It's moving into Hunt County. It'll move on to the west side of Greenville. So it's really on the Hunt County, Colin County line right now. Any rotation that I'm seeing on Doppler radar, that has, for the most part, that has exited Rockwall County. It's going to be right around Royse City, but mainly right now to the north of Royse City. That's where the rotation is. It's broad. It's fairly weak rotation at this point. So the storm at this point is not in Rockwall County anymore. The storm's fully in Colin County and will continue to move towards Josephine and Farmersville. So if you live in those areas, please stay alert. The rotation is weak, the rotation is broad, but we certainly could have a very brief spin up, a very brief touchdown of a tornado in southeastern Colin County. And if you live there around Josephine, it's now exited Rockwall County. The cell itself is now in southeastern Colin County. And Kyle, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation with this thunderstorm at this point, but still just enough that a brief spin-up's a possibility, right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I think this is what probably prompted those warnings earlier. I'm going to drop a couple pictures in here that people have sent you on Twitter, and so I want to show you these. So here's the first one. This one from Tim Baker, possible funnel in Rockwall. Yep. From earlier today, and then this one too. Not sure why it's not showing up, but there was another picture of a possible funnel there in Rockwall earlier, and I'm seeing somebody else respond to you that they're taking a picture of a possible funnel in and around the Royse City area as well. So it looks like this thing's trying to wrap up, maybe producing some brief funnels, although I don't know that we've had any ground confirmation with these. Of course, that could drop to the ground at any time, and that's why the warning was issued. Yeah, and I see a number in my Twitter feed as well, Kyle, in addition to these pictures that you've just shown. Now, once again, we have here possible funnel.
I believe, I mean, looks like a funnel to me. I mean, that's what we're seeing. That's what the sheriff's department was telling us, that they had seen some rotation. So it probably would have been a more accurate report to say that they saw a funnel cloud. Go back to one of those other pictures if you can, Kyle. Pretty clear to pick up here, and I know that's okay. I know, and I can see on my Twitter page as well, we have multiple pictures of that. I'm going to let you do that. I know the control room had told me just a moment ago that we have someone out in the field right now. Give me an update on that, if you can, please. Kevin Reese. Kevin, I know you're out in the field with us still. You're eastbound in Garland right now at 635, so you're south of the area that we're concerned about. Tell me what you're seeing there, please.
Well, the rain is substantially lighter than it has been, at least in the area that we are now, as we're heading on LBJ down toward 30, trying to work our way to Rockwall. One thing you can see ahead of us, actually up here to the right, lot of water building up on the sides of the freeways here on LBJ and other places that we have been. We have not seen a great deal of wind. That's the good sign, but there is a ton of water on the roads here and people driving very slowly. We're headed, as you said, south of that area that you're concerned about, but we've had those reports in Rockwall County. We're about 30 minutes away from there, and that's what we're trying to get to at the moment. But the rain in this location on the LBJ freeway going around the northeast side of Dallas headed toward 30, the rain is not as heavy here as it has been when we've been tracking the storm so far, but there are still from time to time very deep spots of water on the roads that people are having some trouble with. But again, we're trying to get to those reports in Rockwall County. That's our target at the moment.
Kevin, I think you can probably stop. You're not going to make it to that area of Rockwall County. The thunderstorm itself has now exited Rockwall County. It's now into southeastern Colin County, and it's really moving toward Farmersville. So knowing the time of day, I mean, it's 3:15, it's raining. Traffic obviously is very, very slow. I don't know. I think Farmersville is kind of a wish on your wish list, if you will. It'd be more apt, be more likely if you headed toward like Hunt County. But here's what's taking place right now with these thunderstorms. Is that there's a lot of rotation aloft with these thunderstorms at this moment. Let's put the radar back up. And as we put the radar back up, you'll be able to see just exactly what's taking place. But there's a lot of rotation, a lot of instability, a lot of shear aloft at this point. And as we take a look at these storms are rotating very, very quickly. And as they rotate quickly, they spin up a quick funnel cloud. There's a rotating wall cloud. There's a wall cloud. There's a rotating wall cloud. And then there's a funnel cloud. And they're here and then they're gone very quickly. They might last a minute or two. The one in Rockwall only lasted a couple of minutes. And then the tornado warning took place. Let's go zoom in here into Colin County. The tornado warning took place over here in Rockwall. And then it was gone. I mean, just as quickly as it spun up, it was gone. And the rotation that we're seeing right now in Josephine, here's 380 right here. So Farmersville is right up on 380. And so there's Princeton. So Farmersville is just off to the east. Just move that just a little bit more, Kyle. Shift that down a little more south so I can see a little more to the north. There's Farmersville up here. So this is the area of concern, and it's really going to be between Farmersville and Greenville. And here's the rotation. It's in Josephine right now. You could see the rotation, but once again, I mean, it's really weak. So these funnel clouds, or the rotating wall clouds, they develop very, very quickly. And in an environment like this, they just don't last very long. So the pictures that we're seeing right now of the funnel cloud in Rockwall, man, that happened just in a matter of just a couple of minutes. Fortunately, I have zero reports of it touching down, but you see a funnel cloud when you're under tornado watch. Sirens are sounding. I mean, everyone is feeling very tense. There's a lot of anxiety right now, especially given the fact of the tornado season. That we really haven't had a bad one at all here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I think North Texas, we've been spared what the rest of the country has been dealing with, and it's been a horrible record-setting tornado season across the United States. We have not had to deal with anything at all here for us to speak of compared to that. Our tornado season here in North Texas has been fairly insignificant this year compared to what we typically see on average. Once again, there's Forney. There's Seagoville, there's Crandall, there's some rotation here between Balk Springs and also Talty, but right now I am not seeing anything at this point that would indicate.
I was just calling it to your attention and just.
They haven't issued a warning yet?
Not yet. I just think it's something we need to keep an eye on going forward.
So this is in Kaufman County. So here's the Dallas-Kaufman County line. Here's Seagoville. There's Heath. So here's the southern Rockwall County line. So this is Kaufman County. And put that velocity back up there, Kyle. We can. When you use the velocity, it's just a tool that we use to show that the winds aloft within a thunderstorm. And there it is. So that's our rotation within that thunderstorm, and that's the area of concern right now. So it's right. It's if you live in Forney, I wouldn't be surprised if we have some pictures coming out of Forney. I want you to stay in your house. There's not a warning right now, but I wouldn't be surprised in Forney if some of these, this little rotation within this, that too, like the Rockwall County one, that too could produce a quick funnel cloud. So that's what we're looking at right now. Kyle, I know you have a couple of other pictures that you've loaded in there for us.
Yeah, let me see if this one will load. Okay, so here was the one earlier from Royse City. Amanda Holt sent this in. There's a funnel for you from that storm that prompted the tornado warning. Pretty skinny little funnel, but did have reports that it possibly brief touchdown maybe just around the Fate area of Rockwall County, in the Fate community there. So this thing touched down briefly, then lifted back up, and that's why we saw pictures like this one too from Tim Baker in Rockwall earlier. He had that funnel, and we're going to try one more time to get this to load. There we go. Colin sent this earlier from a funnel in Rockwall, and you can see it there off in the distance. So these things, wrap it up pretty quickly, drops a brief funnel, may drop a brief tornado on the ground for maybe 30 seconds, if that. Could be a little bit longer than that, and then it lifts up off the ground again as well. And that's what we're seeing not only in Rockwall County, but we're going to watch that one on the Kaufman and Dallas County line.
And let's head
out. And then we're also
Canton.
going to watch Vanzant County, because it looks like there are 2 storms in Vanzant County we need to do definitely keep an eye on too.
Yeah, and let's zoom out to Canton right now. I want to look at, there's a tornado that looks like it has been confirmed right now. It's moving northeast toward Canton. It's just left tundra. So let's zoom into Canton right now. Let's head out to Vanzant County. There's one storm that's on the Vanzant-Rains County line, and you can see the rotation there with that. Remember, it's when we're looking at these winds toward the radar, the winds from away from the radar, and when the two meet, that's where we have our rotation. There's Jackson. So out in Canton right now, just to the east of, or west, I should say, of Colfax, that's our rotation there. So we are getting reports right now in Canton, in Vanzant County, that we do have a confirmed tornado right now that's very near Canton city limits at this point. I mean, Doppler radar is showing us, we're right here in Canton, certainly on the south side of town. Our rotation right now is on the east side of town. This is moving off to the northeast and moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. But the rotation with this, we do have reports right now. We do have reports coming out of Canton that no damage reports right now. But this thunderstorm's moving up toward Grand Saline, and it will arrive in Fruitvale at 3:39, Jones at 3:34, Grand Saline at 3:43. That's the timing on that. You may see me looking off to the side. That's because it's storming pretty good right now in downtown Dallas, kind of watching the wind blow and the lightning and all of that. But we are in Canton right now in Vanzant County. There's a tornado right now that has been confirmed. I have no reports of any damage at this point, but we are certainly looking at a tornado that was confirmed around Tundra that was moving toward Canton, and right now that rotation is just on the east side of Canton. And then we have rotation up around Grand Saline, kind of that south of Emory. So Emory's in Rains County, the county seat. And on the north side of Vanzant County, the south side of Rains County, between Grand Saline and Emory, we have another area of rotation. So one around Canton and one just to the north of Grand Saline or just to the south of Emory. So I don't have any damage reports coming out of the Canton area. I don't have any damage reports coming out of Grand Saline, but we do have some reports right now of a funnel cloud that did take place in Colin County and also in Rockwall County. So as we head back to the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Okay. Well, Pete, one little update here is they said the possible tornado there is right at I-20 and FM 17, which if you remember, that's right near Yesterland Farm. There's a car dealership there. That was hit by that tornado. What would that have been, back in 2020?
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, 2017. Mm-hmm. That exact intersection was hit by a tornado. So place that's definitely not a stranger to tornadoes, unfortunately, but that's right where the possible tornado would be right now.
Okay. And back in Colin County, it's far eastern Colin County. The Josephine Fire Department right now are telling us that, see the rotation there? Let's put that on there. Between Farmersville and Josephine, just south of 380, just to the west of you in Catta Mills, there's the rotation. So we're getting reports right now from the Josephine Fire Department that what appears to be a rain-wrapped lowering to the west of, really to the northwest of Josephine right now. So as we continue to watch this rotation, this is the one we just showed you the pictures just a moment ago of the funnel cloud in Royse City and also in Rockwall. So this very well may be producing another funnel cloud at this point. But the concern is, Kyle, can we put the velocity on that? Put the velocity on that if we can.
That is.
And, oh, I'm sorry, the reflectivity, I apologize.
There you go.
Put the reflectivity, so it's going to be hard to see at this point. And zoom out just a little bit, just due to the fact that we're just seeing so much rain with this thunderstorm. But we are certainly seeing some rotation with that. Rotation aloft, I don't have anything to indicate that we're seeing anything on the ground at this point. I have no reports of any damage coming from Colin County. So here's Lake Levon. So it's on the east side of Lake Levon, and it's really on the Hunt County line. That's where we do have the tornado warning that's in effect until 3:45. Rockwall County, you are no longer under that tornado warning, but now Colin County is under that tornado warning, and under that tornado warning for about another, it's another 15, another 25 minutes. That is it. So we do have that tornado warning that is in effect there. There are no other tornado warnings, Kyle, other than Emery County, I should say Rains County. Rains County and also Vanzant County. So from Emery down to Canton, that's the area of concern. And Kyle, are you seeing anything? Or meteorologist Colin Coyle is here with us as well. Are you guys seeing anything on social media, any pictures that folks are sending in at this point?
I'm working on uploading a picture or two right now from kind of that Fate, Royse City, Rockwall area. It's all basically of the same funnel that's very skinny, looked like it was probably very brief, but definitely is why the warning was sounded, because it is blatantly obvious that it is a funnel cloud.
Okay.
So I'm getting that uploaded right now.
Okay, and we will take a look at that in just a moment. So out to Rains County and out to Vanzant County one more time. You can see here, here's Rains. There's our rotation. You can almost see the hook here on this one just a little bit. The same thing around Canton. Let's zoom into these two areas, Rains and Vanzant County. I've had a report of a tornado, a confirmed tornado in Canton right now. And I should say it was just outside of Canton, just outside of the Canton city limits, but it was moving toward you in Canton. And now if you live in Grand Saline, you need to seek shelter, because you do have a possible tornado right now in Grand Saline moving toward you. That's in Vanzant County. That's northeastern Vanzant County. We do have a possible tornado right now moving in your direction. You need to seek shelter immediately. Rains in Vanzant County. Tornado warnings continue until 3:45. We also have a tornado warning in effect until 3:45 for the far southeast side of Colin County, right on the Hunt County line. We also have a tornado warning in effect there. We had several funnel clouds that were spotted in Rockwall, in Royse City, in southern Colin County. That's on the east side of Lake Levon. That's the area of concern right now. That's where several funnel clouds were spotted. So there are 3 counties with tornado warnings in effect. Rains, Vanzant, and Colin County are under that. We have numerous thunderstorms elsewhere across North Texas, but at this point, those are the 3 tornado warnings that are in effect. Canton, an actual tornado was spotted. It's not just Doppler radar, but just outside of town, just on the southwest side of downtown Canton, a tornado was confirmed there. And that same cell is moving toward you in Grand Saline. And I know meteorologist Colin Coyle is keeping an eye on this with us as well. Colleen?
Yes, and Pete, we're getting some reports now of debris that's visible from that tornado just near Canton. This is around FM 17 and I-20 just outside the city of Canton. And so again, a dangerous situation, as we've been mentioning throughout the last several hours. We've had tornado warnings. Some of them are not for ones that folks have spotted. It's been radar indicated. This is a different story. The one in Canton, folks have seen that tornado outside of the city and now reporting some debris. So again, a dangerous situation there in Vanzant County as we have that tornado warning continuing until 3:45 for the Canton area. And then of course we still have that tornado warning for the southern portion of Collin County, where some folks are reporting a little bit of rotation. Some folks have had some reports of a small tornado in that spot, so this is something to watch very closely. We've seen this for a while now. These storms keep pulsing up back and forth as we move through the afternoon. They weaken and then they ramp back up. And as we get into the peak heating of the day, we have the clouds starting to clear, maybe for some areas, seeing some warm temperatures. We have so much moisture in place that these storms are still in an environment that allows them to pulse back up. So again, if you're just tuning in, these tornado warnings are in effect for the southern portion of Collin County, as well as for rains in Vanzant County as we move through the afternoon.
Okay, and Colleen, we're continuing to keep an eye on this. I'm getting also some reports. We've had some reports up in Lamar County, some reports of baseball-sized hail in Lamar County, just to the east and northeast of Lamar County. So that would be just outside of Paris, kind of just to the east or northeast of Paris itself. But once again, you're looking at the funnel cloud that was near Fate. Melanie Little tweeted us this, that funnel cloud near Fate. So my thanks to Melanie for that. So once again, Collin County is under the threat of a brief tornado there. We do have that tornado warning that's in effect for this far southeast side of Collin County until 3:45. So that's another 20 minutes. Collin County is under that tornado warning until 3:45. We've had multiple pictures coming out of Rockwall County, Rockwall itself, Royse City, Fate. We're getting reports of a funnel cloud that has taken place there. So a lot of pictures confirming that. Collin County, tornado warning still in effect until 3:45. Go back, Kyle, to the velocity data. That's reflectivity. That's just the good old-fashioned way of showing you where it's raining. That also oftentimes can show you where the rotation is within the thunderstorm. That right here, this velocity data, that really is a great picture of the winds within the thunderstorm. That shows us exactly where the rotation is. And just take that rotation symbol off for just a second, Kyle, and you can see the different colors that we're looking at here. All the wind moving away from the radar, that's indicated in the red. And that's showing us some weak, broad, kind of diffuse almost winds, but just enough that it could ramp back up in a matter of 1 to 2 minutes and once again spawn another funnel cloud, or quite candidly, it could also spawn a brief tornado that could touch down. So right along 380 right now between Farmersville and Greenville. And then as we head out to Rains County, and you can see the greens toward the radar, the red is away from the radar, and you can see some strong rotation here. So some pretty good indication, and right where the two meet, that's where we have our best rotation signature, and that signature is showing up very, very vividly here on this radar product right now. And you can see that's just to the west of Alba, just to the south of Emory. Here's Highway 69, so this is just off to the west of Quinland as well, once again south of Emory, and Emory is in Rains County. That's our far eastern county. And I know that it's fairly, so I've seen your comments on Twitter and also on Facebook, you know, Pete, there's not many people that live out there. Well, you may be right, but there's enough, right? If you live there, we will be doing the same thing. So we do have folks that we're concerned about that live in the Emory area, Alba area, the Grand Saline area, and down around Canton just a short time ago, probably 15 minutes ago, maybe 20 minutes ago, we did have a confirmation of a tornado that touched down south, just south of the Canton city limits. And that's the same system that's up here now, between the same thunderstorm itself that's up around Grand Saline. So we have that system around Grand Saline that's moving off toward Quinland. And then we have the other one in Rains County that is in the process of crossing Highway 69 right now. So Rains and Vanzant, tornado warnings as well in effect till 3:45. The Dallas-Fort Worth area, let's check that out. We have a lot of thunderstorm activity in Dallas-Fort Worth. None of it's severe except the far southeast corner of Collin County, and Collin County is under that tornado warning until 3:45. 3:45 for Collin County. We are looking at right along 380. This is the east side of Lake Lavon, south, right along and south of 380. It's right outside of Josephine, just to the southeast of Farmersville at this point. The thunderstorm itself has weakened, but we still are seeing some rotation. And let's put a track, let's zoom that out just a little bit, and let's put a track on that if we can. We are getting reports right now in Collin County. It could possibly be a rain wrap tornado heading north on Farm to Market 547. We're continuing to watch that. The warning is going to continue for Colin County. Rotation is beginning to show up just a bit right now. South of there, Kyle, that's near Forney.
Well, there's two areas here. There's two areas here. There's this one back here, down near Forney that does not have a warning yet, but being watched very, very closely. And then it also looks like the initial rotation that prompted the tornado warning in parts of Rockwall County, southern Collin County, is kind of up here by Farmersville. But what I'm watching is this other area of rotation kind of back toward Rockwall, almost right on the Dallas County, Rockwall County line that looks like it is almost going to move in the exact same location as that tornado warning. So that's probably why the tornado warning is being left in place, because of this next area rotation that could end up moving up that way.
Yeah, and Kyle, we have some video right now. This comes out of Rockwall itself. This is video that I think this was Facebook. This was sent to us, and you can see the funnel cloud right there. It's kind of hard to tell if it touched down or not. Certainly a funnel, but can't really see what happened on the backside of that behind those houses. But I'm not seeing any reports. Haven't heard of any reports right now, but you can see a kind of a rope funnel cloud there, if you will. But that's what prompted that tornado warning that was in Rockwall County, now in Collin County. You kind of see it lifting back up. I don't know how long this video lasts, but right there, Kyle, we can see it kind of lifting right back up. So it didn't last long, did it?
No, not at all. That's exactly what we're dealing with, is these things wrap up very quickly. If that thing touched down, I mean, how long was this video? 30 seconds to a minute?
45 seconds.
Yeah, so if it was on the ground, it was on the ground for 30 to 45 seconds. Of course, that 30 to 45 seconds could cause some significant damage over a short period of time. Now, that funnel is very small as far as, if I'm not going to sit here and rate tornadoes on air, absolutely not. I'm going to do that, but just by looking at that, that thing is on the smaller end of funnels that we could see here in North Texas, but it's definitely tight enough that it could wrap up, cause 80, 90, 100 mile an hour winds potentially, and that is definitely enough to do some significant damage while it would be on the ground for the brief amount of time that it is. And these things wrap up so quickly. We're trying to get ahead of them and warn you. That's why some of these areas that we're telling you about rotation right now don't necessarily have tornado warnings on them, but they're areas that we're just keeping an eye on, that we're making you aware of, that we're going to be watching closely as these storms continue.
And right now, Kyle, we have ham operators telling us that there's an actual confirmed tornado, a tornado that is confirmed right now northeast of Canton. That's the one that we were watching just to the southwest of Quinland. So it's the one northeast of Canton, and we're zooming into that. So that's going to be right around Grand Saline.
Yep.
And so we could put the rotation on there.
This is the one that's definitely looked the strongest out of all of them.
Yeah, this is no doubt. And this is farther. We're seeing this level of intensity that far away from the radar. Clear to see the rotation. Once again, you look at the colors, toward the radar, the wind toward the radar, the wind away from the radar, and you can see the rotation here on our velocity product. But that once again, that's just showing the wind within the thunderstorm. But the rotation's pretty strong, fairly significant. This is the one we have people saying, we're seeing a tornado right now. It's happening at this point. So this is confirmed. If you live in Grand Saline, you need to take shelter immediately. This one's moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. It's going to be in Grand Saline. It's 3:32, so any moment now it's going to be in Grand Saline. So head to your safe room immediately. Grand Saline Elementary School, Friendship School, Alba, Calvary, all in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And if you are in Grand Saline, you don't have time right now. You need to go as quickly as possible to the lowest level of your house. Get to the lowest level of your house, head to your safe room. Please do that as quickly as possible, because we do have confirmation of a tornado. Not only is Doppler radar showing us that we have a tornado, but we're also getting confirmation, eyewitness reports telling us they have spotted a tornado. It's taking place. It's not a funnel cloud. When that funnel cloud touches the ground, at that moment it comes in contact with the ground. That's when we have a confirmation of a tornado. That has taken place right now. We're getting multiple reports of that happening. This is to the northeast of Canton. There's Canton. Here's Grand Saline. If you live in Grand Saline, I mean, this is very, very close to moving right through the town of Grand Saline. This is just to the west of Mineola. You need to seek shelter immediately. A tornado has been confirmed in Grand Saline. Please stay alert. We're watching multiple areas right now, but this storm is on track for Grand Saline. It's going to be too close of a call. Don't take this for granted. Head to your safe room as quickly as possible. We do have, as Kyle mentioned, we also have a new storm that we're watching in northern Rockwall County. They're going to keep the tornado warning going for southeastern Colin County as this storm will track into that area. So that thunderstorm, that tornado warning that's in effect right there, that's Colin County. And the thunderstorm itself is in Rockwall County right now. So we're continuing to watch that. In Royse County, around Grand Saline, the tornado threat continues with that storm. We're watching out for Hopkins County to see if a warning is warranted there. But right now, Royse County is under the gun, and Colin County, you are too. Southeastern Colin County. This is right around Lake Lavon. It's really to the east of Wiley. I mean, just barely to the east of Wiley. But remember, if you live anywhere in this area, this is our rotation right now. We can put that rotation on there just to the north of Rockwall, right on the Rockwall-Colin County line. Here's Wiley. I mean, Wiley, you're just kind of on the cusp of it, so it's not moving in your direction. Instead, it's moving once again toward Josephine. That's the general direction that this is going to take. Royse City, you're right on the cusp of it. That's the tornado warning that's in effect until 3:45. Josephine, Rockwall, just to the north of you, Millwood, County Road 541. This is the area, County Road 541, that's one of the areas where we did spot some funnel clouds a short time ago. We showed you that video just a few minutes ago. In addition to that video, we also we showed you some pictures of funnel clouds that came out of Rockwall County. Once again, Millwood, Rockwall, just to the northwest of Fate. You are all under this tornado warning right now that goes for about another 10 minutes or so. Meteorologist Kyle Roberts, meteorologist Colleen Coyle, meteorologist Jesse Hawila. The whole weather team is here right now keeping an eye on things. And Colleen, tell me what you've been looking at.
Yeah, we've been getting several reports from the airports, of course, around the area. Over 200 delays at Dallas Love Field and DFW. No surprise there as these storms are moving through. We've had multiple reports of funnel clouds, and then we have that one down in Canton that is, we've had multiple reports of a tornado on the ground. Kyle, if we can go back down to the Canton storm, I do want to point out just to the south here, I know we have a big camp down there, Sky Ranch, just in Van. We have been talking to them earlier. They are on the south side of this, so this storm is to the north there, but I know a lot of campers are out in this area. You may have folks that are in and around that area. This storm is passing up around Grand Saline, pushing over Highway 80 and then moving up to the northeast, so they are in the clear right now in Van, and also the city of Canton now in the clear as these storms continue to move up to the northeast. So again, tornado warning for Rains and Vanzant until 3:45. Again, watching that very closely as we have had actual reports of a tornado on the ground, debris spotted with this as it moves up to the north. Kyle, let's go on back to that other tornado warning here in the immediate Dallas-Fort Worth area. I know we've been watching multiple reports of a funnel cloud that has been up around the southern portion of Colin County as well as into Rockwall County. Right now, this is still focusing right around Lavon, Josephine, same area, seeing a bit of rotation, and this has just been a thing we've seen all day long. These pulse up, they pulse back down. We see some rotation, it kind of broadens out, and then you see it wrap back up very quickly. And so right around that border there between Rockwall County and Colin County, we're still seeing a little bit of rotation. So you need to stay on guard. This is, I mean, what we're approaching 4 o'clock this afternoon. I know you're trying to get the kids out of school. You're trying to get home from work in just a little while. You may have some errands to run. You just need to stay put where you are and let these storms pass, because a lot of these have that capability of the spin ups, these very brief spin ups. We've had many pictures coming in of just little funnel clouds that have been in the area, and then little bitty skinny tornadoes dropping down in many locations today. And on top of that, these are going to be rain wrapped. Kyle, if we can put the radar or the reflectivity back on there, these are hard to see. And so, Pete, that makes it even extra dangerous right now for folks.
It sure does. And we have multiple crews out in the field right now. And tell me where we're going at this point. I know that we have Lauren Zakalik out there. I also know that we have Kevin Reese. Which one would you like to go to first? Let's go to Kevin Reese. Kevin, you're at Lake Ray Hubbard right now. I know you're kind of chasing on the backside, and these things are really hard to catch up to. But as we're looking off to the east right now, that's the direction that you're heading at this point. Boy, I tell you what, we can see that thunderstorm. It's the backside of it, but it's still pretty intense.
Yeah, yes, it is. We're crossing the lake right now, as you can probably see from our camera on the roof. That's the direction we're trying to get to. Probably another 10 to 15 minutes out from Rockwall proper to try to see what, if any, damage is there. But yeah, these are the kind of the ominous clouds from that backside, as you said, as we cross Lake Ray Hubbard. As you can tell, not much rain at all compared to the other places that we have been. But we're trying to get to John King and 66 in that general area and on our way to Royse City as this storm does continue to move to the north and the east. But just wanted to give you a view of the clouds and let people know that it's still pretty ominous out here, even though where we're driving right now, the rain and the wind have certainly died down.
Kevin, we're going to stay on that shot because you're really kind of in between storms. You have one just to the left of you, which would be to your north. You have another one to your right, which would be to your south. We have one that's a pretty good rotation right now that is down around, let's say, maybe Terrell, kind of north of Terrell. So it's just out in front of you off to your, well, that's off to your, that's to your north. You have some rotation that's up around.
Pete, if you want me to, yeah, if you want me to, I'll pan around and show you. As you said, we were looking directly to the east here. This is directly toward Rockwall, that pretty ominous cloud that you were talking about. And if I pan off to the right, this is to the south and to the east in the direction of Canton and Terrell and all those other areas that you've been talking about. As you can see between the trees every now and then, that is the storm system on the backside as it continues to move to the north and the east. That direction, you are looking pretty much due south. And then as we pan around to the left,
let's do that.
Looking
Can you guys hear me?
Rockwall.
I know
we're driving into now.
I know we have a delay. So Kevin, hang with me for just a second. We have another tornado warning right now that has just been issued. This is for Hunt, Rockwall, and Kaufman County. So to your right, which is to your south, that's where we have, and that was the system that I was talking about, that is just north of Terrell. So it's really in the southeastern corner of Rockwall County. Let's double box this one more time. If we can, up in the control room, we have another tornado warning that has just been issued for Hunt County, Kaufman County, and Rockwall County. The tornado is near Terrell. So it's the one that's really, it's north of Terrell is where it is right now. And we are showing a lowering of clouds. Doppler radar is in, there we are, there's our tornado warning. So Kevin, you can see Gary Ulte over there on the left crossing the lake. That's where, Gary Ulte's our photographer. Kevin Reese is our reporter that's in that car. So that's where he is. So it's going to be off the right-hand side of his car, looking off really from his location. He would be looking off to the southeast. So Kevin, that's where it is, and that's where your camera's pointed right now. I can see you're looking in that direction, but it's pretty far to the south of you. It's north of Terrell. And Kyle, let's put the rotation on that if we can, please, so folks at home can see just exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, and Kevin, I can hear the sirens going off right now as you're crossing the bridge. I'm assuming that you have now driven into the tornado warned area, correct?
That is correct. We're just about to the east side of Lake Ray Hubbard, getting into Rockwall proper. The camera, again, as you were talking about, Pete, that this is pretty much looking to the south off of the lake in the area that you were worried about in the direction of Terrell and other places like that. I'll come back around to Rockwall. This is the scene as we're heading directly on 30 into Rockwall, about to come off the lake itself. Let me go a little farther to the left, Pete, and show you what it looks like a little bit to the northeast. That's the view on the north side of Rockwall. And as we get past these trees, you'll be able to see that cloud line a little better if it gives you any additional information that could help you guys with what we're seeing out here.
Okay, and Kevin, I appreciate that. We'll go back to a single box and let's just put the radar up. And let me kind of recap now. It's 3:42. And as we go back to that, let me kind of walk out here and explain a couple things that's taking place. So here's the deal. We have a tornado watch for all of North Texas until 8 o'clock tonight. And here's the situation that we're in right now. It's a pretty tenuous situation at this point. We have this until 8 o'clock tonight. The potential for tornadoes. I mean, when I'm looking at Doppler radar, and it's some of the products I'm looking at aren't things that I necessarily show on TV because it's just a lot of stuff. And so we like to keep showing you this type of imagery, or even the velocity data. But what I'm looking at kind of behind the scenes when I walk off camera, there's the potential right now. There's about 7 or 8 areas that we could have tornado warnings at a moment's notice. So here's what I want you to do. If you're at home right now, you got to download the WFAA app. It's free. Download that WFAA app, because your area could very, very quickly be under a tornado warning. I want you to take that app. I want you to go to your safe room. It's the lowest level of your home. It's maybe a closet. If you're in an apartment, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, go down to the 1st floor, go down to the ground level, and get to the safest room you possibly can. We've got quite a situation developing right now. As meteorologist Colin Coyle said a short time ago, it's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're at the peak heat into the day. I know we've had these thunderstorms around earlier in the day, and the hope was that it would calm the atmosphere somewhat. That just hasn't taken place. We have a lot of instability aloft. We have a lot of shear aloft, and so the conditions are really ripe for some very quick tornadoes to develop. We've seen it multiple times today. We're seeing it right now out around Grand Saline. We're seeing it out around Mineola. We're seeing it right now in northern Kaufman County, north of Terrell. We're seeing it in Colin County, just on the east side of Lake Levon. We have 2 areas of rotation. I mean, this stuff is popping up in just a couple of minutes notice. So I want you to have that WFAA app. You can watch us live. We're live on the app. It's free. If you have to go to your safe room, you can go in the safe room. You can feel comforted a bit by having that app there. We're tracking these storms for you. Not only that, but I want you to be on alert for the rest of the afternoon. Remember, the tornado watch, it's for the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area and almost all of North Texas until 8 o'clock tonight. We're not going anywhere. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this. But right now, north of Terrell, the Colin County tornado warning has expired. But Kyle, put that velocity data back on there. See these 2 areas? I mean, this just happened just in the last couple of minutes. And you saw the funnel cloud that was in Rockwall, that was also in Royse City, that was in southern parts of Colin County. That's rotation. Each one of those is a separate area of rotation, and they're popping up. I'm telling you, they're popping up really, really fast. It's north of Terrell. It's also right here so this is the southern part of Hunt County. This is that southeastern corner of Rockwall County. And look at this. I mean, so it's moving toward you in Quinland. Will there be a tornado? It's hard to say. I do know right now, Doppler radars, this is sticking out like a sore thumb. Doppler radar is showing us very, very strong signs of rotation. We've had multiple reports of rotating wall clouds. We've had multiple reports of funnel clouds. It's just a matter of time before one of these funnels touches down and does damage. That's why I want you to stay alert. That's why I want you to have the WFAA app. Here's Quinland. This is just off to the southwest of you. There's Terrell. That's to the north of you. Let's track each one of these individually as they move toward Quinland, move toward West Tawakoni. Let's do the northern one first, Kyle, if we can. And once again, we're keeping all of this information updated on social media. We have a running blog on the WFAA website, WFAA.com. But that first one, that northernmost area of rotation, moving toward you in Quinland, moving to the northeast at around 30, 35 miles an hour. That will arrive in Quinland at 4:06. It'll arrive in Cache at 4:16. There's the Phillips Flying Ranch, 3:54 is the arrival time there. The Rocking M at 4:13. This is in southern Hunt County. We'll take that track off. This one is, it's literally just to the north of downtown Terrell. We'll take that first track off. We will track that second storm, and it's not in the exact same path, but it's going to be very, very close. West Tawakoni, you're on the line. There's Quinland once again. There's Quinland Public School at 4:14. West Tawakoni, arrival time there is 4:21. Let's go back into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And as we go back into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, let's take a look at the rotation, or the wind field if we can. But the wind field, yep, and here we are. We're getting confirmation now. A spotter is telling us, confirming a tornado north of Terrell. Now, I don't have any specific information, but one of the reports that I'm seeing, a spotter's confirming right now a tornado that's north of Terrell. So that's one of those 2 that I was just showing you. And I tell you, Kyle, the one that I've got to believe is the one that's just moved into southwestern Hunt County. Let's go back to that southwest Hunt County one. Just looking at that radar off camera there for just a second, I believe it's this area. They're both pretty intense. Put that velocity data back on there. They said it's north of Terrell. Now I don't know if it's this area of rotation or if it's this area of rotation right there. But Kyle, that's pretty intense signature, isn't it?
Yeah, I definitely agree. It'd be very easily to
Could be
get
either one.
Which one?
Could be either one.
Yeah, absolutely. Either one could wrap up very quickly, give you a funnel, give you a tornado there. The hook of that storm, if we look at it back on velocity or on reflectivity here, this right here is the hook of that storm, and that's typically where you get the stronger rotation. But the way that these storms have been wrapping up so quickly, that you can kind of have these embedded circulations within the storm as well. I would suspect that southern one would likely be the one that's a little more visible because it's a little displaced from the rain. This one up here to the north, right on the Hunt County line and Kaufman County line, is actually, if I flip over back to reflectivity here, is in the just smack in the middle of all that rain. So you're not going to be able to see very much there. So I'd imagine if we're getting reports of seeing, possible funnels or rotating wall cloud and whatnot, it would be with this southern area of rotation, which is just north of Highway 80, just north of Terrell right now, going through northern Kaufman County. We'll eventually track into southern Hunt County.
Yeah, and once again, there's several areas here that we're concerned about. Very strong rotation. If you live in Quinland, you need to stay alert. There's our rotation north of Terrell. There's also a second area of rotation just north of that one. Quinland, West Tawakoni, those are all the areas that need to stay alert. Quinland arrival times at 4:14. West Tawakoni is at 4:24. Lone Oak is at 4:39. There's Bishop Field. Here's Rockingham. Tornado warning, once again, Hunt County, Kaufman County, Rockwall County, that is in place until 4:30. That's the tornado warned storm. There's really two. There's really two cores of these storms that we're watching right now. There's the hook that Kyle was talking about, and just to the north of that, there's rotation there, and here's rotation here as well. This is southern, so this is northern Kaufman, southern Hunt County. Those are the two areas of concern. So here's Quinland, here's West Tawakoni, of course, on the other side of the lake is East Tawakoni, and then McClendon Chisholm. We're looking at locations. McClendon Chisholm, that is in southeastern Rockwall County. So just on the east side, just to the east of there, that's the area of concern. Go back to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Let me give you a quick update in the Metroplex itself of what's taking place. We've been on the air for quite some time this afternoon. The first tornado warning was issued, I believe, at 1:08 this afternoon. That was the Parker County and also the Tarrant County thunderstorm. We've had multiple thunderstorms. A big chunk of the Dallas-Fort Worth area right now. I know east side of Dallas County is seeing some thunderstorms. They're not severe, but as we take a look at Dallas County and also Tarrant County, there's just not a whole lot going on. Things are fairly calm. Let's zoom up to Colin County and also Denton County. We do have some scattered rain in those locations. We certainly have some thunderstorms, but nothing is severe. From Little Elm, the Colony, Little Elm on just to the north up to Aubrey. Tioga, we have thunderstorms up in Howe and Grayson County and also Cook County. But as we take a look at the North Texas, our DMA view, if you will, as we take a wider look at that view, you can see the thunderstorms are scattered about. So it'll storm for an hour or two pretty intensely, and then we'll have a bit of a break. Then we'll have more storms. Most of the activity right now is just on the east side of Dallas, and especially in Kaufman County and then locations to the east of there. That's where we still have at least 2 tornado warnings that are in effect. Let's go back to Grand Saline. We've had multiple reports of a tornado that has touched down there. Grand Saline, Rains County, Vanzant County. Right now, Mineola is under the gun at this point, and so are you in Quitman. If you live in Quitman, those are the areas of concern. There we are, Quitman. Here's Alba. Here's Grand Saline. Tornado warnings right now for Smith and Wood County. Colleen, I know you're keeping an eye on things as well. Give us an update.
Yeah, I've been monitoring our feeds as well as social media, and right now, again, we just continue to see some reports of tornadoes, just these like skinny little guys kind of dropping down from the clouds. There'll be the funnel clouds and then a tornado. We have had some spotters there northeast of Terrell. I know we've been watching those 2 areas of rotation. They described kind of a rope tornado that had touched down. So again, these areas of rotation, there's multiple ones out there. Let's kind of let's see. Kyle, why don't we zoom out a little bit, take a look at all of DFW, because if folks are just joining us right now, as Pete just mentioned, we've been on the air for quite some time. We have multiple areas that we're concerned with, and it's just because these storms, as we're getting into the peak heating of the day, they have a lot of fuel, and so that's why we're concerned that these storms could quickly pulse up and continue to produce some strong winds as well as some hail, and then of course some small spin-ups as these tornadoes have formed. Kyle, let's take it back out here. Let's go kind of a tour here of these tornado warnings. This is east of the immediate Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're talking about folks just to the north of Terrell. This rotation is now moving into the southern portion of Hunt County. So my folks in West Tawakoni, up around Quinland, you need to stay alert. We have 2 areas of rotation that we've been watching just crossing this line from Kaufman into Hunt County, and we have had spotters confirm a tornado in this area. So right here, West Tawakoni again, Lone Oak, I know Quinland, this area, just as we move north of Terrell, you need to be on high alert. You need to download the WFAA app. If you're watching us right now, you haven't done so, you need to, and you need to get to your safe room. You can live stream us from your safe place as this storm passes through your area. So here's a look at some times and towns. Quinland there at 4:12, West Tawakoni at 4:21. We have Lone Oak at about 4:37 as this moves through. Now, this is not the only tornado warning that's out right now. Kyle, if we want to switch on over to that tornado warning that is still in the Canton area, we have had confirmed tornado in Vanzant County. We still have a tornado warning on this storm until 4:15 for Rains and Vanzant. This is just around Highway 80, pushing up toward Quitman. So we have multiple cells here, supercell thunderstorms that have some rotation in them, and they have had a history of producing tornadoes. So again, we have had spotters confirm those on the ground in and around Grand Saline as well as up toward Quitman. So again, watching that rotation, we want to flip over to velocity real quick here, Kyle. Let's see what this looks like. Again, as Pete's been mentioning, we're switching back and forth between modes on our radar because this helps us have a better idea of where these little areas of rotation are. So when we get a tornado warning, we can pinpoint to you exactly where we believe that rotation is and right where those towns are. So right between Alba here and Mineola, that's where we still have that rotation that is moving up toward the Quitman area. So if you are in this red box, I need you to get to that safe place immediately. You know the drill here in North Texas, especially in severe weather season. You got to know where to go and just live stream us from that location. Now, if we want to switch back over, Kyle, let's go back to that tornado warning in the Metroplex or just to the east of the Metroplex. We'll put velocity on that as well and take a look at what those signatures are doing, because just a moment ago, we had multiple areas here in this tornado warning that we were concerned with. And so let's see kind of what's going on, because these storms, as I've mentioned, continue to pulse up and down as we've been moving through the last hour or so. But right now, still seeing a pronounced signature here, just moving into Quinland. So again, this tornado warning for this area continues, and the rotation mainly in Hunt County now, moving out of Kaufman County. So we take a look here. This is right around 276. We're moving right around Highway 34. So right in that intersection there, moving into the city of Quinland. So you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a dangerous situation, and with this tornado warning, we have had reports of a tornado on the ground. So you need to be in that safe spot. Bottom level, I know Pete's been talking about you may be in different buildings right now. If you're in an apartment building, you need to get to the ground floor. You need to get to the interior spot of that building, away from windows, away from any exterior walls until this storm passes, because all day long, these storms have been great rainfall producers. So sometimes it is very hard to spot where the rotation is, and it's hard to spot these tornadoes, which makes this extremely dangerous. And on top of this, it's 4 o'clock right now. And so that's a time that a lot of folks are going to be out and about. And this is just not the time to do it. You want to just stay put for a little while and wait for these storms to pass through.
Yeah, and Colleen, what we're looking at right now, we still have the tornado warnings that are in effect for Hunt, Kaufman, and Rockwall County until 4:30. And right now, it's really broad rotation with that cell that's along the Hunt and Kaufman County line. It's not nearly as intense as it was just a few moments ago, but it's weak, it's broad. But that's been that's really been the MO of these storms all afternoon. They weaken, then they intensify. They weaken, then they intensify. And that's an area that we're continuing to watch right now. That's a southern Hunt County. So as we go back and we take a look at southern Hunt County, here is our Quinland. So Hunt County, there's Quinland. So this is the northern section of northern section of Kaufman County. So that's our area of rotation. Still fairly broad, certainly not as intense as it was, I mean, even 5 minutes ago, but this storm is moving toward you in Quinland. I mean, it's almost there. So Quinland, the arrival time is 4:09. It's 3:58 right now. Arrival time at the Rockin' M is 4:16, West Tawakoni is 4:18, Lone Oak is 4:34, and at the Dunbar School it's 4:36. That's the latest. Let's broaden this view out. Let's put reflectivity back on, just the old-fashioned radar that we've all come to love, right? There's Quinland, here's West Tawakoni, southern Hunt County. So we have tornado warnings. No tornado warnings right now for the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but all of Dallas-Fort Worth and almost all of North Texas, let's put the tornado watch up. We are under a tornado watch, and you can see who's under this. I mean, it's almost everyone under that tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. So the tornado watch is in effect for the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area. Not for you in Cook County, not for you in Montague, not for you in Wise, and locations off to the west. You're not under the tornado watch. Everywhere else, if you can see me, you're under that tornado watch, and that is until 8 o'clock tonight. We do not have any severe storms right now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. All the severe storms have shifted to the east of Dallas at this point. But the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and even locations to the west of Fort Worth, in Parker County, even in Hood County, in Somervell County, in Erath County, you still are under a threat of severe storms for the next several hours. So we do have another wave of thunderstorms that are going to move in, and some of those storms will turn severe as well. Damaging winds, large hail, and even the threat of tornadoes. That's why the tornado watch is in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. Let's go back to News 8 DopplerNet. And as we take a look at News 8 DopplerNet, our 4 o'clock news is about ready to start. So what we're going to do, we're going to reset, and then we're going to let everybody join us live at 4 o'clock. Welcome and good afternoon, everyone. I'm News 8 Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus. News 8 at 4, it starts right now. And as we begin our 4 o'clock newscast, we have continuing severe weather coverage across North Texas. A tornado watch is in effect for the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area and most of North Texas until 8 o'clock tonight. No severe thunderstorms right now in Dallas-Fort Worth, but areas to the east. Not only do we have severe thunderstorms, but we have several tornado warnings that are in effect right now. Dallas-Fort Worth, thunderstorms, absolutely, but Hunt County and Kaufman County, tornado warnings are in effect until 4:30, and this will impact areas in Hunt and Kaufman County, to the east of Royse City, to the north of Terrell, to the south of Greenville. Right now, these are ongoing tornado warnings. We've had multiple reports of funnel clouds. We've had several reports of a tornado that may have touched down. We're trying to get reports right now to see if we have any damage, but right now we have not heard of any damage. We have certainly seen the pictures and the videos of the funnel clouds that have been spotted not only in Rockwall County, Kaufman County, also the east side of Colin County, kind of east of Lake Levon. We've had reports of funnel clouds there, and we've actually seen the pictures and the videos. Here's West Tawakoni right now. We're taking a look at reflectivity. That shows the rain. The rain is heavy, a good deal of lightning, all these little dark strikes here, the little black strikes and the little white ones. The white ones are the most recent lightning strikes. The darker little dots that you're seeing, those are lightning strikes that are a couple of minutes old. As we take off our reflectivity and put on our velocity data that will show the wind within the thunderstorm, that will show the rotation. This shows up pretty obviously, doesn't it? There's our rotation. If you live in Quinland, your rotation is moving toward you. We have a tornado-warned storm. If you live in Quinland, you need to seek shelter immediately. Damaging winds are a possibility with this. We've already had reports of funnel clouds. We've certainly seen the videos of that. We have not had any reports of damage, but in Quinland, southern Hunt County, you need to seek shelter immediately because you have a possible tornado that may be moving in your direction. Areas to the east of there, let me show you some additional rotation that's taking place as we move off to the east just a bit. We have seen it out around Quitman and also Mineola. This is kind of on the fringe of the WFAA viewing area. This is really more Tyler, but if you live in the Quitman area, there's rotation just off to the southwest of you. You need to stay alert. We'll take a quick look at that. You can see our It's this area right here where we're seeing some rotation right now between Alba and Quitman. That's our area of rotation. So if you live in Quitman, you're under a tornado warning too. I just love to use this because it allows the data. You can see there's the wind going toward the radar, wind going away from the radar, right where they come together. That's where we have the rotation. It's just very easy for you to see, and it just makes this tool very useful for us, not only here at the station, but also for you at home too. So a quick track, let's put that, then we'll head back into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You can see what we have happening here. Thunderstorms down around Mesquite. We also have thunderstorms up to the north, but once again, the severe thunderstorm warning is in Hunt and also Kaufman County. Meteorologist Kyle Roberts is here, meteorologist Jesse Hawila, meteorologist Colleen Coyle. Kyle, I know that you have had some pictures. Put some of those pictures on. Let us see what that looks like, the pictures of the funnel clouds. And then I want to track these storms. The rotation's still broad with the one north of Terrell, south of Greenville, but we still have the strong damaging wind threat. That remains for the time being, and the tornado threat, that continues as well. Kyle?
Yeah, so we had, what prompted the warning in Rockwall earlier was reports of a funnel cloud. This was from Royse City earlier from Amanda Holt. We got a couple pictures here. It says possible funnel in Rockwall. I think that's pretty much a funnel there from Tim Baker. And then here's another one from Colin. Sent that picture in to us. And the last one here, great shot of the funnel near Fate from Melanie Little. I also think we have some damage. Can we take that live shot right now? This was at a park in Rockwall. Are we able to take that at the moment? It looks like some bleachers were flipped over there. There we go. Shot of some baseball, softball fields there. Some bleachers flipped in the, I believe this is the Fate area.
Who do we have?
Yeah, can we?
Who's our photographer that's out there right
Pete's trying to talk for a second.
Okay. You guys go ahead and talk to me in my ear. I can hear you. I know we have Alex Roier is out. Kevin Reese, Lauren Zakalik. Who do we have right now at this live shot? Is it? Kevin Reese. Kevin Reese, give me an update.
We are at Leon Tuttle Park. Yeah, we're at Leon Tuttle Park in Rockwall, very near Airport Road and John King Road, north of 30. And we can show you some of this from the vantage point. I wish we could raise this camera a little bit higher, but if the direction we're looking at now, the damage is minor. Thankfully, it hit a baseball field and not any buildings that we can see so far. But on this line that you're looking at, this is one set of bleachers that was tossed up against the fence, and in the distance you may not be able to see it because of the stuff in front of it, but we'll drive around so that you can. Gary's going to move us, so just bear with us for a second. Whatever it was small, but it was a line that took itself, that went all the way. Let me move to the left if we can. Gary, go ahead and go slowly and point us back into the other area about where that man is looking right now. Point us back, yeah, go ahead, point us right back in there. And you'll see that several bleachers have been tossed and a fence or two is down. Go ahead, Gary, point directly toward that. This will give us a good look at it. Right there. Stand by. Get our camera to move around here. You can see this baseball field back in here as we get the windshield wiper going again, and let me move in. Whatever it was small, but it took a line directly across this baseball field, tossed some bleachers around, tore down a backstop. You can see it a little better right there. That was the one that people were talking about in the damage in the 1600 block of Airport Road. Nothing extensive, but thankfully what it did hit was a baseball field here in Rockwall.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Kevin, I appreciate that update. I like it when it hits that, when no one's there. Just a vacant, empty area, and that is great news. And that's the concern that we have as we head through the next, really throughout the rest of the afternoon and the evening. I'm watching a storm as well, and I want to transition from Kevin's live shot at Leon Tuttle Park in Rockwall, and I want to head just to the east of there. Just to the west of there. I want to head to Mesquite right now. And let's go back to News 8 Dopplernet. I've been watching some rotation in Mesquite, and it's really right around Mesquite and Sunnyvale right now. And Kyle, do this once again. Let's put the velocity data on here. Here's Sunnyvale. So here's Mesquite. Put that velocity, look at that right there. That's our area of concern. That's our rotation. So I wouldn't be surprised if another tornado warning is issued here in just a couple of minutes for between Mesquite and Heath. Sunnyvale is right here, kind of on that Kaufman County, southern Rockwall County area. So it's kind of, it's Kaufman, Dallas, and Rockwall. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a tornado warning for this here in just another couple of minutes. So they're developing, I mentioned this multiple times over the last several hours, they're developing, these little spin-ups are happening very, very, very quickly. We also have damage right now in Fort Worth. Is that where Bradley Blackburn is? Is Bradley in the Fort Worth area? Bradley, give me an update. Where are you? And I see fence damage behind you.
Yeah, Pete, we're on Oliver Drive. This is in North Fort Worth, Keller area. So the storm came through here about 1:30, according to neighbors. I'm going to start with the good news. There are no reports of any injuries or anything like that, but this whole area is littered with shingles, with branches, all in this neighborhood. You can see, you mentioned, Pete, this fence damage right here. The force of the storm just pushed it over. You can see how those metal support beams have been bent. What we're seeing as we're in this neighborhood, a lot of tree branches that have been snapped, fairly substantial branches. You know, neighbors have already been out cleaning up, doing their best to try and get things back in order. A lot of roof damage as well. I'm going to show you over here. Look at the size of some of these branches that have been snapped. So neighbors said that this came through about 1:30. They got the sirens, they got the alerts. They went into bathrooms, into closets. One thing to mention, there's so many kids that are out in this neighborhood right now because school is out here. So they were home playing outside. Parents rushed them inside to try and keep them safe. And there's one story that I do want to point out. Let's keep coming back over this way. I'm going to show you the damage on this house to my right over here. You can see how the roof has just been blown off. Some substantial damage to this house here. Now, the folks that live in this home, according to neighbors, were actually on vacation. They were out at Disney World, and they were flying back here when this storm came through. You can imagine they were getting texts, getting notes from their neighbors about what was going on at their house. People were already coming here to try and get this cleaned up before they got home because they don't want them to get home to a complete mess. They're going to have a lot that they have to deal with, Pete.
Well, I tell you what, those are good neighbors right there wanting to take care of that before they get home. It's good news for all of us when we have neighbors like that, and there's a lot of that happening in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in North Texas. Bradley Blackburn, thank you for that update. Let's go back to the radar, and I kind of want to bounce back and forth like that. We need to see what has taken place, and we have multiple reporters out in the field. We need to see what's going on right now, and then I'm also going to show you what's going to take place as we head through the next several hours. So most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area is all in the clear. Bradley's up here in North Fort Worth right now. There's still a little bit of rain back to the west of Weatherford and Azle, Rome, and Justin up to Denton County, Wise County, Parker County, and then back to Jack County and even Palo Pinto County. But at this point, the severe threat is off to the east. Let's head off to the east right now as we take a look at this thunderstorm. That's Gary Ulty and Kevin Reese are in this car here. That's the one that you just saw, the storm damage there at the baseball complex. West Tawakoni still under a tornado warning until 4:30. That's Hunt County. That's also Kaufman County. We continue to watch this thunderstorm in Quinland right now. I know it's pouring where Kevin Reese is. Don't we have Lauren Zakalik in Quinland? Is that correct? Lauren Zakalik, you're in Quinland right now. You're just really to the west of a pretty intense thunderstorm. What have you guys been seeing in your location?
Hey, Pete. So we've just been driving to Quinland, and we were in some incredible rainstorm. We are estimating 2 inches per hour. That rain was coming down hard. It was one of those white knuckle situations. It has tapered off just a little bit here as we're turning onto 276 headed into Quinland. But you can tell that it has been raining here extraordinarily hard. We've got a little bit of water pooling on the sides of the roads. Very gray skies. Hopefully you're seeing our driving shot. The rain, as I said, has tapered off, but just 2 minutes ago. So it was hard to see it all. Not a lot of people on the roads. That's a good thing. We're obviously working safely with you guys back at the station to make sure that we're safe and trying to get you the best information on this storm. But about 1 mile outside of Quinland, and the rain is definitely pouring down. We could see storms kind of coming up from all sides, essentially. But we're keeping an eye on it right here. We'll send it back to you.
Lauren Zakalik right now in the Quinland area, and that storm in Quinland right now, the storm is just south of where she is, just to the south and east of where she is. There's still broad rotation there with that, but the reflectivity, the velocity, it's just not as impressive or as well defined as it was just a short time ago. So there's still a tornado warning in effect for her area at this point. The tornado threat it has lowered dramatically. It's still not zero, but it has certainly lowered, and that's great news for the Quinland, Texas area. Now, as we go back to News 8 DopplerNet, we're going to show you the very, very heavy rain that's taking place right now in Rockwall. Kyle, zoom into Rockwall County. We're going to go to Kevin Reese in just a second. He's at that baseball field. I mean, it is just pouring right now from Heath up to Rockwall. Kevin, let me see your live picture and see how hard the rain is. A little verification here for us. You can see we do have it. I wouldn't say that's heavy rain, but certainly some light to moderate rain is falling right now. I know we're on a bit of a delay here with Kevin. You know what I like about this picture here is if you guys could, Gary, pan that camera back up.
Yes,
let me see the flag. And there's just not really much in the way of wind there right now. So it's just a good downpour of rain at this point. We certainly don't need that, but it's nice to see that the wind is pretty insignificant, almost calm right now.
Yeah, it is. It has been heavy at times when you were talking about it. The picture that you're looking at now, again, is just some of that, we'll call it minimal damage out here. There's some aluminum bleachers that were tossed around when whatever came through about an hour ago. You got several of these at this baseball field in Rockwall. But the rain is pretty consistent now. It has been heavy at times. But as you said, no wind whatsoever at this point. Just some pretty consistent rain and a little bit of a baseball field that somebody will have to put back together come tomorrow.
Okay, and Kevin, we're going to continue to check in. We can see the bleachers were flipped over right there. We still are under a tornado warning in parts of Hunt County, parts of Kaufman County. We're seeing rotation not only in your general area, Kevin, really just to the east of where you are, but we're also seeing rotation. You're kind of in the middle of it right now. There's even rotation that's around Heath, really between Forney and Heath at this point, so south of the location that you are right now. And let's go back to News 8 DopplerNet. And you can see where Gary is. Put the reflectivity on there. I'm sorry, Kyle, the velocity data on there again. They're almost right there, kind of in the heart of Rockwall County, and obviously Rockwall itself. Look at that. That's Heath. So that's the one. We also have additional rotation down here just north of Forney. So there's Gary. Once again, Gary's a photographer here at Channel 8, and southeast of Terrell. Okay, we have another reporter. Alex Roier is southeast of Terrell. We have rotation in Heath. We have rotation just to the north of Forney and southeast of Terrell. That's where we have yet another reporter. Alex, you came from the Pacific Northwest. Give me an update on what you're seeing right now in Kaufman County.
Yeah, we've actually made our way across the area today. We started in Denton County to Colin County, and now we're making our way. We're about just to the southeast of Terrell, making our way toward Canton, and eventually we're going to get up to Grand Saline. But I think we have a live picture from our car right here. You can see not much rain at all. The wind is rather insignificant at this point, but we've been monitoring some activity on Twitter mentioning some reports in Grand Saline and the Canton area in the last hour, and we're going to be going to check that out. But from where we are right now on 20, there's little rain, no wind, but as we've seen throughout this afternoon, it's been really intermittent, and at points it's been very steady, hard rain, and then it backs off, and we're at the point right now where we're seeing very little activity, but we'll keep you updated on what we find here in Canton and Grand Saline within the hour.
Okay, Alex, we appreciate that. I have another tornado warning that is just being issued right now. This is southern Kaufman County. So southern Kaufman County. Oh, it's a severe thunderstorm warning? Yes. Well, thank goodness for that. That's not. There is rotation with that. Well, we can see the hook right there. Yeah. So that's kind of the northern side of Cedar Creek. Yep. That's the northern end of Cedar Creek Lake, so just south of Kemp, just north of you in Gun Barrel City. So yeah, look at that there, Kyle. So the big concern's the damaging wind with this thunderstorm. That's why there's a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Henderson County, southern Kaufman County, and also Vanzant County. It goes until 5:15, but a pretty well-defined hook on this this thunderstorm here. Let me see the rotation. If we put the velocity on there right now, we can clearly see it's fairly broad rotation, but there's certainly enough just north of you in Gun Barrel City. So the northern third, if you will, of Cedar Creek Lake. There's rotation there as well. And as this crosses the lake, man, I tell you what, I hope no one's out on the lake right now with these thunderstorms. Certainly the high water should have been a deterrent over the last couple of weeks with all the rain that we've had. But Kemp, Gun Barrel City, you're kind of, and right there in the middle of it, right along 175, this is not the place to be right now. You need to seek shelter immediately. I know that there's not a tornado warning officially issued for this, but there's a severe thunderstorm warning, and that severe thunderstorm warning, this thunderstorm could very quickly produce a tornado. So please stay alert if you're in southern Kaufman County, in the Kemp area, in the Cedar Creek Lake area. Please stay alert, because we have a really dynamic, really unstable atmosphere this afternoon, and these thunderstorms are just bubbling up very, very quickly. And I'll tell you what, we have the sun's out right now at Victory Park, and that is not a good thing at all. But we have a very turbulent atmosphere in place, and what you've been seeing all afternoon, that's going to continue as we head through the next several hours. So we've been here for you as we always are. We're going to continue to keep you updated as we always do. But once again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Henderson County, Kaufman County, Vanzant County until 5:15. There is a low-end tornado threat with this fairly well-defined hook on the backside of this thunderstorm right now on the northern side of Cedar Creek Lake. If you live there, you need to stay alert. We continue to watch that. I do believe that this thunderstorm right now, the main threat is large hail, but there is certainly a possibility of a tornado. When I say large hail, how large of hail am I talking? I would think at least the potential of at least golf ball size hail, and Kyle, I wouldn't rule out, if somebody showed me some pictures of some tennis ball, baseball size hail, that wouldn't surprise me either.
Yeah, we had some reports earlier, some pretty large hail up in the northern part of North Texas, kind of once you get up a little closer to the Red River. So it does seem like some of these storms are capable of producing golf ball sized hail or larger. I would say if large hail was falling, it would be basically right in and around the Kemp area, or maybe just south and maybe to the east of Kemp, right along Highway 274, right along Highway 175. So this would be north of Maybank right now. Tolosa, that's a very little small community there right off of 274. You head down 274 and you get into 7 Points, which is a little farther south. This is north of 7 Points, but you head up 274, you eventually get into the Kemp area. Kemp proper right now, getting a lot of heavy rain, probably some pretty good hail as well, potentially quarter size, maybe even up to golf ball size or larger. The Maybank area, it does look like this storm will pass just off to the north of you. This is for the far, far ends of Cedar Creek Lake. So I know a lot of people that either have houses down there or live down there. This is for so you hear us talk about Cedar Creek Lake. This is for the far end of the lake. I mean, north of Gun Barrel City, the bridge that runs across the lake there between Gun Barrel City and 7 Points. This is all well north of there. This is the far northern end of the lake as you head up toward Kemp, where Kemp and 175 meet. And then as you head down to Maybank, like I said, I think the storm's going to stay mainly to the north of Maybank, but we'll be watching it very closely.
And the fire chief in Kemp did tell us that he did report some rotation that was visible from that thunderstorm, Kyle, kind of on the west edge of Cedar Creek Lake, but no lowerings have been reported, so that's good news, but you need to stay alert if you're in that area. We have video right now in Fate. Let's go to Fate, Texas. So that's just to the west of Royse City. And there was I think you might have been able to hear the tornado sirens that were going off there. Of course, Fate is just to the east of Rockwall, and it's just on the other side, just on the east side of the Lake Ray Hubbard, of course. But you can see that funnel cloud there. So we've had, I don't even know how many reports of funnel clouds we've had. It's got to be close to 20 reports of funnel clouds today. I know some of those may be duplicates or triplicates, if you will, but we have certainly had, probably quite a few different reports of funnel clouds today. We're continuing to watch a small cell that's moving out of Mesquite into southern Rockwall County. It has lost quite a bit of its definition, but we're still monitoring that. The threat seems to have diminished just a little bit there, so we do have a little bit of good news. Meteorologist Colleen Coyle is here with us as well, and Colleen, I know you've been monitoring social media. Do you have any updates for us there, pictures or anything or any reports that you'd like to give us?
Yeah, we've had a lot of pictures coming in from the Rockwall area around Fate. We've had many videos and multiple multiple reports. There we go. You guys can hear me now. There you go. Rockwall, Fate areas in those spots. We've had a lot of reports of funnel clouds. There's a look there from Tim Baker. He sent us another picture of that funnel cloud in Rockwall. This is the nature of these storms that we've been seeing all day long. It's just these brief spin-ups as they start to roll through, and then they kind of pulse back up and down throughout the day. And so we've had the funnel clouds reported as well as confirmed tornadoes as well. And also just on social media, the main message is folks are getting to their safe area. They are streaming the newscast live. They're trying to stay indoors in their safe spots until these storms pass. It's a busy time of day, but folks trying to take precautions as they move through the afternoon. Let's switch on over here to radar real quick, show you those storms again. There we go.
We're going to go to Kevin. Yeah, we're going to go to Kevin Reese right now. Kevin, I know you're in Fate. We were just looking at the videos there and the pictures as well, and you're driving into the middle of quite a storm. Now, I know you're safe right now, but a lot of heavy rain in that part of Rockwall County.
Yes, there is in that area. We're going through Fate, Texas right now, on our way to Royse City in the same direction as Greenville. This is the area you've been talking about where people have spotted small funnel clouds and things like that over the last half hour or so. But I want to give you a look of what it looks like going through Fate right now on I-30 heading east. Heavy rain, not the heaviest that we've seen, but again, we're kind of on that back edge that you talked about. There's still plenty of rain out here, but again, we haven't seen any heavy winds. I know people have reported a few funnel clouds and things like that, but this is what it looks like here in Fate on the way to Royse City right now. No wind at all, but again, this consistent rain that has been slowing us down and slowing people down for quite a bit. But we're still on the lookout for any damage that we can find. Only saw that minimal damage at that baseball field in Rockwall, but continuing our trip toward Royse City, toward Greenville to see what we can find. But this is the way things are looking now. It's certainly plenty of rain, but nothing damaging that we can find as of yet, guys.
Kevin, and I hope you don't find anything damaging, but we're going to continue to check back in with you. We now have very tight circulation over Cedar Creek Lake, and we also have, so there's Cedar Creek. This is the thunderstorm I was telling you about that we did have a severe thunderstorm warning on just a moment ago. A bit surprised that we didn't have a tornado warning on it, given the hook that we're seeing. There's now a tornado warning on it for Kaufman.
It's ongoing right now. Yes. Just had confirmation of that.
Yeah, so there's a tornado that's been confirmed?
Happening south of Kemp right now.
Okay, so south of Kemp, yes, we do have reports. Tornado on the ground with this one. When it's a funnel cloud, it's up in the air. When it touches the ground, it's a tornado. So that's kind of a misnomer, if you will. But we do have a tornado that's confirmed right now that is taking place. A tornado is happening at this point just south of Kemp. This is on the north side of Cedar Creek Lake. This is moving toward you in Prairieville. So it'll arrive in Kemp here momentarily. Maybank at 434, Prairieville 448, Roddy at 449, Falba 459. If it holds together, 509 Bethel School and 512 Jackson is when it will arrive there. Canton, you're not too far away from this. And this is most likely the most impressive supercell thunderstorm we've had today. I mean, none of the others have had structure that was this classic of a supercell. Unfortunately, this one does. There's Maybank, there's Gun Barrel City, there's Cedar Creek Lake, and there's our rotation just south of 175 on the north end of Cedar Creek Lake. That thunderstorm right now, very well defined in our velocity product here. The green is the wind that is going toward the radar. The red is the wind that's moving away from the radar. And you can see right where the two intersect, that's where we have that rotation. And the rotation now, confirmation. There is indeed a tornado has been confirmed between Kemp and Maybank on the north side of Cedar Creek Lake. If you live in that area, you need to head to your safe room immediately. Go to your safe room as quickly as possible. It's the lowest floor of your home. Not only that, but stay away from windows and put as many walls between you and the outside walls as possible. Large tornado warning right now. In effect, a large area that's covered, and it's in Kaufman County. It's around Kemp, it's around Maybank, and it's moving into Vanzant County. So it's the southeast side of Kaufman and the southwest side of Vanzant County. Tornado warning in effect until 5:15. There is a tornado that has been confirmed. Doppler radar showing a well-defined hook. Here's the reflectivity product. That's the radar that just shows rain, the old-fashioned way. And then our velocity product shows the wind within the thunderstorm a little bit differently than this reflectivity product does. But they're both showing a tornado. And now we have eyewitnesses on the ground, people out actually looking at it, telling us there is indeed a tornado there. So once again, we do have that taking place across North Texas. We're watching that this thunderstorm. It's on the ground. It's south of Kemp. Spotters are on the ground tracking it right now. Very, very tight circulation at this point. A very nice hook as well. As I look at my other radar product just off camera here, we continue to watch these thunderstorms develop. So Kyle, let's do this. Let's go back to reflectivity. Some of the comments that I'm seeing, and they're great comments, by the way. That's what we have right now. This is the Dallas-Fort Worth area. No severe thunderstorms in Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's widen that view. Let me show you what's happening across all of North Texas. And now let me give you the forecast. This is the thunderstorm timeline. This is the product that we have, and we're going to put in the model that you guys have chosen that you believe will be the most, is this our RPM, our in-house model? Okay, so this is the one you guys are confident with. The timing as best as we have about 8 of these different models that we look at. That's 4. Now we're at 4:30. Let's move forward to 5. Hour by hour, you can see remember the tornado watch is in effect for almost all of North Texas, the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area until 8 o'clock tonight. That's 6 o'clock. We still have thunderstorms around. Once that cold front moves through, our threat of severe weather is really going to drop. But even behind the cold front, let's back that up to 7 o'clock. Even behind the cold front, we could still have a thunderstorm that could be marginally severe, even on the backside of that front. And this front's not going to blow through. It's not that type of cold front. It's a late spring cold front, and maybe even an early summer cold front, if you will. That's just going to kind of slowly move through the area. But at 7 o'clock, still thunderstorms around. We'll still have some thunderstorms in the Dallas-Fort Worth area at 7 o'clock. As we move forward in time to 8 o'clock, you can see that most of the activity is going to be to the east of us, but it's still kind of right on the east side of Dallas-Fort Worth at 8 o'clock tonight, the east side of Dallas County, Colin County at 8. And then as we move forward in time to 9, still some rain up in parts of Colin County, Denton County at 9 o'clock tonight. That's still on the backside. Could it be severe at 9? It's possible. I think it's more likely that the severe threat wraps up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area about 8 o'clock, but that's 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, you can still see some thunderstorms around. And finally, by 11 o'clock and certainly by midnight, we start to bring that severe weather threat. It has come to an end at that point. In East Texas, that's the way the radar will look at midnight tonight, down around Mejia, Palestine, Jacksonville, Gilmer. So it's East Texas that's under the gun at that point. Now, as we go back to News 8 DopplerNet, that shows the tornado threat continues for the Maybank area in the vicinity of Cedar Creek Lake. Very, very heavy rain, very, very strong winds at this point. The Dallas-Fort Worth area, things are fairly calm right now. Yes, there's some rain in Dallas-Fort Worth. There's certainly some thunder, some lightning, of course. The sun is peeking out in many areas, but on the north side of Cedar Creek Lake, just to the south of Kemp, just outside of Maybank, we have a confirmed tornado, and you can see a very well-defined hook on our reflectivity radar product here. Prairieville, here's Becker, there's Kemp, here's Maybank is in this area here. And then we have Jackson and Canton. So it's Kaufman and Vanzant County. A severe thunderstorm is in effect until a tornado warning in effect until 5:15. Put the reflectivity on there, Kyle, and then put our the velocity data, and then we can put our shear marker on there. As we put that shear marker that shows the rotation, you can see there's Gun Barrel City, here's Kemp. So once again, it's the north end of Cedar Creek Lake. And Kyle, you have an update for us?
Yeah, the tornado's still happening right there on the north end of Cedar Creek Lake, basically just west-northwest of Maybank, crossing 175. So as you head south out of Kemp into 175, you shouldn't be doing that, but I'm just saying if you can visualize this, if you've been in that area, south of Kemp across 175, you have a bridge that ends up going across the north end of the lake there. Then you end up in Maybank. That is where the tornado is crossing right now. There's also some communities there on the far north end of the lake that kind of have some lake house property. There's Cedar Creek Country Club and a few places like that on the north end of the lake there. And basically right in and around that area, or 175 actually crosses the north end of the lake. That is where that tornado is happening right now. It will move to the north of there shortly and then impact those other areas that we just showed you a second ago. I can put a track on that, and that would be areas in far southeastern Kaufman County and then getting over into Vanzant County there as well. So Canton, you're not under this warning right now, but if this storm continues, we may need to put you under that tornado warning here in a little bit, but as of right now, it still has a ways away before we get anywhere close to you. But this storm right here has definitely been kind of the most potent one that we've seen all day long, not only with the rotation display, but also with the hook on that reflectivity as well. Has definitely looked the most intense and the most classic supercell type of thunderstorm that we've seen all day long.
Yeah, no question about that. And I know we have more video right now. Alex, is that you up in the control room? It is, Alex. Okay, tell me one more time exactly what we have. I know we have some video right now. This is oh, well, look at this, Colleen. Classic supercell. Right there, isn't it? Look at the structure of that right there. This is from where? Black Sport Horses, Jessica, black and white. Yeah, pretty. I mean, there's supercell thunderstorm right there. I mean, that's it. When people see this and they say, "What's the spaceship I'm seeing?" Well, the spaceship is a supercell thunderstorm, and behind that barn, maybe a little feed shed right there, that may be where we had. That may be where the funnel cloud had dropped out of it. So the wall cloud was definitely rotating. Let's put that back up. And where is that one more time, Alex? No, that's in Rockwall. Okay, so that was in Rockwall. And if we can put that video back up, I know that we will. So we're now getting reports down in Kaufman County, which is south of there, reports of Kaufman County that the tornado's roping out, it's lifting out. So that's good news. But there was probably a funnel attached to this. I did not get it. This is in Rockwall County. I did not have any reports of tornado damage, although, in Rockwall, Kevin Reese did show us that there was some bleachers that were flipped at a baseball field. So a very, just a classic supercell thunderstorm right there, and that's what we're looking at, the ones that just kind of look like a spaceship. Those are the ones that meteorologist Jesse Huila spends his days off chasing out in the high plains of Texas and the high plains of the U.S. So right now we're looking at Maybank, right there on the east side of Cedar Creek Lake, just to the southeast of Kemp. The thunderstorm right there. The concern is that it's cyclical right now. That if you live in this area, although the tornado's roped out, it's lifted, you still need to remain sheltered within that warned area for the time being, just because these things have been cycling up and down. So that's our area of rotation. We can put our rotation symbol on there. We can put our velocity data back on, and you can see just exactly where it is. So here's Kemp, I should say here's Maybank, there's Kemp, there's Cedar Creek. So once again, you are looking at a supercell thunderstorm. It may be very similar to that video that we showed you there in a Rockwall just a short time ago, just a couple seconds ago, but that's moving toward you in Canton. Now, once again, the cycle of these has been they intensify, they weaken, they intensify, they weaken, and that will continue to, let me turn this off here. It sounds like I'm getting the old-fashioned phone dialing in my ear. You guys can maybe check that in the control room. But what we have happening here with this rotation is it's moving toward you in Canton. So, Kyle, let's put a track on there one more time. And please, if you live in this area, you need to stay alert. Stay alert. Head to the lowest level of your house. Head to the lowest level of your house. If you live in Maybank, it's right there in that area right now at 437. Prairieville is at 446. Falba is at 501. Let me have another one of those, Ed. Wallace is at 518. And in Canton, if it holds together, at 529. Now in Canton, it's 436. In Canton, probably about 2 hours ago, just on the south side of downtown Canton, I believe it was just outside of the city limits of Canton, we did have another report of a tornado that did touch down there. I had no reports of any damage. I had no reports of any damage, but I certainly did see some reports of a tornado that may have touched down in that area. So I don't want you guys to take this too lightly at all. If you live in Prairieville, if you live in Maybank, Jackson, or Canton, as I mentioned, this is another tornado-warned storm. We've had multiple tornado-warned storms today. This has been the most classic defined of the bunch out of probably, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9, maybe up to 10, but this is still showing some very strong signs of rotation. Our Kevin Reese is out and about. Kevin, I know that you were in Quinland or heading to that direction. Lauren Zakalik was there. You were in Fate just a few moments ago. You in Rockwall a short time before that. Do we have Kevin Reese right now? And if so, can we go to Kevin? Tell me where you are. You've obviously found another rainy spot, Kevin.
Yeah, we're on Epps Road in Royse City, south of I-30, right in the middle of the rain. Again, not much to show you other than the rain all around us and some occasional lightning. But this is looking off to the south, now looking off to the south and back to the east where this system is approaching us from. This is Fort Elementary School where we stopped for the moment just to give you an idea of the intensity of the rain.
Here's the reason why. Let's go back to the radar. We're getting reports right now of redevelopment with a cell southeast of Kemp. So it looks like right now a new tornado is forming, and this is near Maybank High School. So the radar velocity, we're looking at the reflectivity. It's still very impressive, but this is right near Maybank High School. I don't have any idea if the kids are in school right now down at Maybank High School. Jason Wheeler is here in the studio. Jason, check on that and find out what the situation is with the kids at Maybank High School. I know it's late in the day. I think graduation has already taken place. Hopefully the school's empty, but I'm letting you know right now that in Maybank High School, there's additional rotation that's taking place. Here's Maybank High School. So I don't know if and the rotation is right there. It's been very, very close for the last 20, 25 minutes or so, but just to the north of there, that's where we have rotation right now. And storm spotters we've already had confirmation that the tornadoes occurred. So right now we're getting reports that it's redeveloping just to the north of Maybank High School. So due to an abundance of caution, I know all the school districts have been doing this, but due to an abundance of caution, I wanted to interrupt Kevin for just a moment just to let you know that our storm chasers that are on the ground right now in Maybank are telling us that the tornado is trying to redevelop, it's trying to reform, and it's very near Maybank High School. So Kyle's putting Maybank on there for us.
Says no school today, but it is a staff work day.
So it's a staff work day, so no school today. So Jason Wheeler, thank you for that. So once again, there's Maybank High School. Here's Maybank. This is the northeast side of Cedar Creek Lake right now. So that's a big area of concern. I mean, very populated. A lot of folks in the Dallas-Fort Worth area make Cedar Creek kind of a weekend home, if you will. But spotters are reporting redevelopment southeast of Kemp, and a new tornado may be forming very, very near Maybank High School. We're also getting reports right now that the tornado is really kind of showed it there, Kyle. Go back to reflectivity. It's becoming rain wrapped right now north of Maybank. So the problem is when these thunderstorms and these tornadoes are rain wrapped, when they're rain wrapped, the circulation as it crosses into Vanzant County west of Falba, you can't see anything. You're just looking at a lot of very, very heavy rain, but within that rain is a rain-wrapped tornado. You won't know it until it's too late. Please go to the lowest floor of your home, go to your safe room, because just to the north of Maybank, just to the west of Falba, this is right on the Kaufman and the Vanzant County line. That's our area of rotation right here. There's Cedar Creek Lake, there's Kemp, the intersection right down here, that's Maybank. Just to the north, that's where we are. And the high school is right there on the north side of all of that. So we have a tornado that's redeveloping right now. Kaufman, here's Maybank. There's our center of circulation. There it is. It's redeveloping right now. Okay, we're going to go quickly to North Fort Worth. Bradley Blackburn, give me an update. I know you have more damage there.
Hey. Hey, Pete, yes, we're on Oliver Drive right now. This is in North Fort Worth, Keller area. You know, we have been here now for a little bit over an hour. Neighbors are out trying to clean up. Lots of scattered damage. I mean, this storm kind of came through this direction. It pushed down fences. It did damage to roofs, to structures. You can see behind me right here, this house is actually one of the worst, sustained some of the worst damage that we've seen. You can see how it just ripped part of that corner roof off there. There's probably some water damage in that home from when this storm came through. As I told you last half hour, the family that was in that house was actually on vacation. They were in Disney World. They were flying back from Florida when the storm came through. Neighbors have been chipping in. All the people that are working on that house right now are neighbors that are trying to help, trying to patch things up, trying to get the holes in their roof covered so that when they get home later today, it's a little bit less stressful for them because they have a big mess that they are going to have to clean up. Now, I want to bring in Kim. She lives right next door. And Kim, you were here when the storm went through, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So tell me, what did you experience? What was it like?
It was pretty surreal during the tornado. I'm sitting in my living room and myself and my 3-year-old son are watching debris flying and things moving everywhere, and it got really dark and loud and we heard the sirens, so we went in the closet and waited a couple minutes, and once we came out, that's when we saw water and trees down and all the damage.
What kind of damage did you have in your home and outside of it?
Well, our roof is damaged. We've got leaks and water everywhere coming up from the floors and down from the roof. And then my daughter's window was broken, and then we have a pergola, the whole roof is bent, and fences down, and then the trees.
You told me that you lived in North Texas for a long time, so you're used to these warnings, to the threat of tornadoes, but this is the first time it's ever actually happened to you. Is there anything that surprised you about it?
It surprised me that I was pretty calm during, because I guess I didn't realize what was actually happening until I came out and saw all the damage, and then I started saying, we just watched a tornado go through our yard.
And last question, have you spoken to your next door neighbors that were traveling?
I have not yet. I know that they've gotten some text messages, but they're in the air right now, flying home from vacation.
That's a stressful thing to have to deal with.
Yes, but everybody's okay, so that's what's important.
All right, thank you, Kim. I appreciate it. Yeah, one thing that we've really been impressed with on this street is how neighbors are chipping in, trying to help. Everybody has been out, a lot of kids too, because schools are closed in this area. So kids were home with their parents playing out in the backyard when the storm came through. Now, the National Weather Service hasn't been out here yet to classify what kind of storm this was, but you can see, look right there at Look at the way that tree was just snapped. I mean, this is a strong storm that came through here. We have seen folks from the Fort Worth Office of Emergency Management, Fort Worth Fire Department, Fort Worth Police have all been out here in and around this area. And the good news, as I said earlier, there are no reports of injuries, just a big mess that people are going to have to clean up, Pete.
Yeah, and Bradley, there was a tornado warning there in that part of North Fort Worth. That was in effect a couple of hours ago. So that's the potential that we're concerned about in many other areas in North Texas. And I'm getting reports right now, and meteorologist Kyle Roberts mentioned the Cedar Creek Country Club area. So we're getting storm reports of damage at Briarwood and Split Rail. That's at Cedar Creek Country Club. So this is southeast of Dallas. And right now, Highway 175 is closed at 1391. Because there's a lot of blockage on the road due to trees. So 175 is closed. There's damage right now that's covering the highway, so people can't cross. And this is to the southeast of Dallas. This is down in the Cedar Creek Lake area. So spotters are telling us there's not a tornado at this moment, but there's now getting reports there's a rotating wall cloud, the cells crossing into Vanzant County. No tornado confirmed at this moment, but the threat remains significant. There is reports of the rotating wall cloud. There could very well be a funnel cloud. So this is, if this storm holds together, a new tornado warning is going to be needed for much of Vanzant County, and that will include you in Canton. So folks in Canton need to be monitoring this storm very, very closely. If you live in Canton, be prepared to take shelter. This is the second time today. US 175 is closed due to debris on the road at 175 and like 13, Farm to Market 1391. Trees have covered the road. There's power lines down, problems down on the east side of Cedar Creek Lake. A storm that has produced a tornado is moving toward you once again in Canton. Right now, though, our Kevin Reese has been out as well. And Kevin, I apologize for interrupting you earlier. Give me an update where you are at this point. And I can see it's still pouring where you are.
Hey, apology accepted. You're a busy, busy man. I understand. We're on Epps Road in Royse City, just south of I-30, where one of those cells was coming through. Again, here, just heavy, heavy rain. We haven't heard of any major problems and haven't found any wind damage, thankfully. But the rain has been pretty consistent for a good 30 minutes, maybe an hour now. We're going north on Epps Road to give you an idea of the direction we're going, back toward I-30 in the heart of Royse City. And really just been consistent rain as we've been watching these on radar come through. It's going a little bit to the south of Royse City, and it looks like it is about to pass through. But again, the only problem here that we've seen so far, compared to those problems that you've been talking about down in Canton and Kemp, is heavy, heavy rain. That seems to be the only issue, at least in the Royse City area so far.
Absolutely right. And as I was just watching your camera and looking at that video right there, that video that we're seeing, your live pictures, that's really indicative of what a large chunk of North Texas has seen. It's just rain. The one area of biggest concern right now is down around Cedar Creek Lake, and there's a thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado here again very shortly. That thunderstorm is moving toward Canton. But other than that, as we come out here live in the studio and we take a look at the radar, most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area is fine. The sun's trying to peek out in downtown Dallas. We have a little bit of rain here on the west side of Dallas. The east side of Dallas is seeing some showers and thunderstorms, some non-severe storms up in parts of Denton County. Really, here's 380 on over to Decatur, then on over to McKinney, and then north of 380, but none of these storms are severe. Then you look at the severe thunderstorms, that's where you guys are right now. That's Gary Alty and Kevin Reese. You can see Gary's our photographer, and they're driving their car off to the east there on Highway 30. I believe they're on I-30 right now. And then, well, obviously they are because 20's to the south. But then we have our thunderstorm that's a tornado warning storm, and that is southwest of Canton right now. So that's it. And this is great news, except if you live in Canton. If you live in Maybank on 175 right now, it's closed between Kemp and Maybank due to a tornado that touched down there that created some damage and threw a lot of debris on the road. But this thunderstorm is still intense. It's moving toward you in Canton right now. This is the second tornado warned storm. Now, Canton, you're not under that warning at this point. Southwestern Vanzant County is, Kaufman County is until 5:15. But I got to tell you, Kyle, it's moved out of Kaufman County. The tornado threat right now is solely in Vanzant County, so it's just a technicality until 5:15. But Kaufman County, you are no longer under a tornado threat. Vanzant County, you are. Certainly in Jackson, then on up to Canton, you are. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at. Let me go through the timing one more time. We'll go back to that. Let's show that DMA radar of what's taking place across North Texas. The lone severe storm right now is moving toward you in Canton. So it's between Maybank and Canton right now. There's our this is our final line of thunderstorms. Let's go to the timing. Right now, the time here, it's just a little before 5 o'clock. As we move towards 6 o'clock, you can see thunderstorms are still around. And we'll go through this hour by hour. At 6 o'clock, the thunderstorms are still mainly most numerous to the east of Dallas County and locations to the east. At 7 o'clock, we still have thunderstorms around. At 8 o'clock, we continue to move forward in time, and you can see the thunderstorms that are in place. And this is this weak, late spring cold front will sweep through the area. It won't blast through, unfortunately, but as it sweeps through the area, lower humidity will follow tomorrow. That'll give us a break. We'll have that break for one day. And then we have thunderstorms still around at 9 o'clock tonight and even 10 o'clock tonight. Those thunderstorms are still in place. So this will last for several more hours put the tornado watch up, if you will. The tornado watch is still in effect, and that is in place until 8 o'clock tonight. That includes the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area. The tornado watch until 8 tonight. We do have some pictures, Kyle. I know we can we have some pictures of funnel clouds. We also have some let's do this. Alex, can we show that video again? I want to show that video that was in Rockwall. And yep, there it is. There's our supercell thunderstorm. And can't see. I know meteorologist Jesse Hawila is in the back. Jesse, could you come out for just a second? Ed, if you could grab him for just a second. This is our resident storm chaser here. And as we continue to look at this thunderstorm that was in Rockwall County, I saw a tweet from Katie Rose Watson, and this is her farm. Her farm is Black Star Sport horses, and she said that she's fine, the horses are fine, but she wants to thank everyone for checking in. And meteorologist Jesse Hawila is back out here with us right now, and we do have a tornado watch in effect for the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area until 8 o'clock tonight. We do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings or any tornado warnings in the Dallas-Fort Worth area right now. But Alex, put that video back up one more time. And Jesse, we have a supercell thunderstorm that was in Rockwall County, and Katie Rose Watson shot this video for us and sent this in. It's only 45 seconds long, but that's a classic supercell thunderstorm.
Classic look to it. You can see the shelf. You can see where the heavy rain is falling, the hail. Very dangerous looking storm there. So again, this was in Rockwall. From Jessica, excuse me, that was earlier today. So this is giving you an idea of the type of structures that we've had today, and that's why we're seeing this risk of tornadoes be a little amplified, because supercell thunderstorms like these are what produce tornadoes, are these supercells. And that's why we've got numerous reports of funnel clouds and a couple of tornadoes, and that's why the tornado watch is in effect until 8 o'clock this evening, because we have these supercell structures in and around North Texas. We had some earlier in the Metroplex. Now most of them, or at least the more significant ones, are kind of southeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and that's where things are getting a little bit more hairy. In fact, Kyle, if you want to go to radar there again, this tornado watch until 8 o'clock this evening. For most of North Texas, all of the Metroplex included. The tornado warning that we do have, if we want to zoom in there toward Canton, we do have crews in that area. I know Lauren Zakalik and our photographer Josh, they're headed down that way where that tornado warning there is in Vanzant County. So there you go. There's that supercell structure. So what you saw earlier, that's not the same supercell, but it gives you an idea of what kind of thunderstorm this is. And it's just a classic look. You see the hook there on the backside moving toward Canton. Again, this was a confirmed tornado in this area. If you do live in Canton, you're not technically under that tornado warning, but I do need you to be very alert as that thunderstorm starts to move off to the east, because Pete, that has that classic supercell look to it, and it could drop a tornado at any time if there's not one already on the ground.
Well, there have been multiple reports of tornadoes right now, and they're now getting ready to issue a new tornado warning for Vanzant County. That's going to happen here momentarily. So a new tornado warning is coming out for Vanzant County. This is the second time the Canton area is in the path of this storm. Canton, I don't know, Jesse, I think it was around 2:15, maybe 2:30 today. There was another tornado, a warned storm that did touch down just to the, I want to say it was just to the southwest of the city limits of Canton. And now we have another tornado warning that's going to be coming out that will include the city of Canton. So if you live in Canton, you need to seek shelter immediately. You need to seek shelter immediately because you're going to have a thunderstorm that very likely could be producing a tornado. So I know we only have a couple of minutes here before we go to a commercial break. We're going to have our 5 o'clock news that's going to begin. But let's put the velocity data on here, Kyle. Let's show the rotation, and then I want to let everyone know. There's our, there it is. Yep, right here. That's our rotation in this area here. So let's put a track on here very quickly, because I know we have just 2 minutes left, maybe a little less than that before we do go to a commercial break. But as this storm moves off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour, 25, 30 miles an hour or so, it will arrive in Canton at 5:19. Is that 5:19? So at 5:19 in Canton. So I would say in the next 15 minutes or so, it could be in Canton. If it speeds up its forward motion, it'll be there before 5:19. So let's say 5:15. That's the arrival time in Canton. I mean, this has already produced damage down in Kemp. US 175 is closed because there's so much debris, so many trees on the road. Power lines are down as well. We do have this thunderstorm. This is a supercell thunderstorm. Now this very well may be rain wrapped, so you may not be able to see it. Can we put the reflectivity back, Kyle? I know it's not as well-defined or as well-defined as a hook as it was just a short time ago, but it looks to me, Kyle, like it is starting to ramp back up, and the circulation is just a little bit better than it was. So we continue to watch this thunderstorm. It will arrive in Canton, in the city of Canton, in about 15 minutes. If you live in the city of Canton, you are under a tornado warning right now. That tornado warning will be coming out. This thunderstorm will be arriving there in the next 15 minutes. If you live in Canton, go to the lowest floor of your home. Get off the second floor, the third floor if you're in an apartment complex or maybe a two-story house. Go to the lowest level of your home, the ground level. Stay away from windows, and please go to your safe room. If you live in Canton, you do have a tornado-warned storm that once again is moving in your direction. This storm has already created damage. Roads are closed right now in the Maybank Kemp area. Make sure you keep it here with us for the latest. We continue to follow these storms. Almost all of North Texas right now under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. We continue our news, our live severe weather coverage right after this.
How many confirmed tornadoes do we know yet?
Mike, check, Chris.
Jen, you got to talk to me. You're leaving me
Several? Okay, let's keep it at several.
In North Texas?
Yeah.
Mike, check, Chris.
Okay.
Next couple days for sure.
Okay.
I think you're safe and free.
Did you get him?
Several. Okay.
Mike, check, Chris.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Mic check in 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Okay, I'm fine. Talk to me. What's happening?
Live from South Victory, this is WFAA News.
A scary Wednesday across North Texas. Many of us seeing severe weather, even tornadoes, several of them. Good evening. I'm Cynthia Izaguirre.
Yeah, it has been a busy afternoon. As you mentioned, several tornadoes. We know debris is blocking the road on at least one highway outside Dallas. Want to continue our coverage with Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus. What are you seeing, Pete?
Well, right now we still have a tornado warning that's in effect for areas to the southeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. All of North Texas is under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight, and that does include the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area. Now, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, in the Metroplex itself, we have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We're all fine. Yeah, we do have some thunderstorms right now. We have the tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock, but as we go to News 8 DopplerNet, that shows the thunderstorm complexes right now are non-severe Dallas-Fort Worth, but it's off to the southeast of Dallas. That's exactly where we're looking right now. It's Vanzant County. Let's head down to Canton. This is the second time that Canton has been under a tornado warning, and yet another tornado warning for the city of Canton. And as we zoom off to the southeast, this is the storm right now. It's actually a pretty well-defined supercell thunderstorm, and they are notorious for producing tornadoes right now. Vanzant County, Canton itself, you are under a tornado warning until 6 o'clock. Please don't take this too lightly. This just isn't the old Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. This is one that's already produced. It's had multiple reports of a tornado. We have confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Matter of fact, we're going to put a quick track on this. Let's put the velocity data on there, show where the rotation is just on the south side of downtown Canton. I mean, this is just a couple of minutes away from moving into the city of Canton. You need to go to the lowest floor of your home. Go to your safe room as quickly as possible. Stay away from windows. We have a developing tornado right now that is moving to and that will move through the town of Canton. It will arrive there in just a couple of minutes. If it holds together, Wentworth 518, Fruitvale 526, and Grand Saline 535. Once again, this is the second time as we take that track off. This is the second time that the city of Canton in the last couple of hours have had a tornado in the area. But this one, different than the one around 2:15 or 2:30 this afternoon that skirted the town. This one right now, the circulation and the rotation appear as though it will move right through the town. So please go to your safe room as quickly as possible. Just to the southwest of you, around Kemp, around Cedar Creek Lake, we have damage. Our Lauren Zakalik is heading in that direction. Lauren is frozen right now. We don't have her shot, but we do have some damage that has taken place in that area. And down around Cedar Creek Lake, it's a Cedar Creek Country Club. We have Marjorie Barber on the phone. And Marjorie, you're right there in that area. Tell me exactly where you are and what took place, if you will, please.
I'm actually at the club itself. It didn't hit the club. It hit the north end of the course. I'm not sure exactly. I haven't been able to get out of the club yet, so I'm not exactly sure what all damage it's done down there. I know a lot of trees are down as far as I know right now.
Reports, any injuries or anything like that, Marjorie?
I don't know yet. We haven't seen anybody or heard anything yet. We just saw a lot of emergency vehicles down that way, but we haven't been able to get out down the road yet.
Okay, and I also know, Marjorie, that 175 is closed. I know there have been power lines down. There's a lot of trees that are blocking the road. But from your perspective, where you are right now, you're safe. Your family's okay?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Okay.
We're safe.
Okay, Marjorie Barber, thank you very much. You're live right now. And I do want everyone to know, I'm also getting reports right now, this tornado is still on the ground and it's moving toward Canton. So it's going to track either right through the town of Canton or very, very near the town of Canton. So if you have gone to your safe room, let's zoom into that, Kyle. If you've gone to your safe room, you need to remain sheltered. This is a very dangerous situation right now. Let's zoom in even more. A very dangerous situation right now for the town of Canton. I mean, it's clear right here that we have a pretty good hook on this thunderstorm. There's Big Rock Road, Mill Creek, Cherry Creek. Here's the town of Canton right now. Wallace, I mean, the circulation is unfortunately right here. 2:15, 2:30 today, it passed just on the south side of the city limits. But right now, Kyle, we're looking at just on the south side at this point. Boy, I hope it's just on the west side. I mean, it may skirt this area just to the west, but it's such a close call. You just have to head to that safe room, to that lowest level of your home. Seek shelter. If you're not in that safe place, man, you got to get there as quickly as possible because you have a tornado warning that's in effect until 6 o'clock tonight for Vanzant County, and you're just moments away from potentially having a tornado in downtown Canton. Meteorologist Kyle Roberts is with me in the Weather Center, along with the rest of the weather team. Kyle, you have an update?
Yeah, and we're still getting multiple reports that this thing is still occurring at the moment. It has not lifted, is still on the ground, and continuing along its path.
Meteorologist Jesse Huila is in here with us now. Jesse, just go ahead and talk to me. That's fine. I know your mic's not on.
We have Lauren Zakalik.
We have Lauren Zakalik.
In Canton.
They're in Canton.
They're about to face west, right where.
They're about to face west. Let's go to their camera right now. Ed, let's get Jesse a microphone, and we will flip that on. So Lauren Zakalik right now is in Canton. Let's go to that camera. Jen, do we have that? So they're facing to the west. Now, Lauren, can you hear me at this point?
Lauren, can you hear me at this point?
I can hear you a little bit, Pete. Sorry, you're coming through on our radio, so I'm going to try to turn you up a little bit. We've just got
that's
lots of
okay.
stuff going on. So yeah, we're right in that area. We're on 243 headed west right now, Pete.
Okay, you're on
In
243 and you're heading west right now. And as I'm looking at this on the radar, so you're in town. So 243 runs west out of town. So I'm here with meteorologist Jesse Hawila, and that's okay. Jesse, tell me, I know you were coordinating with them. She's on 243. She's in Canton right now, and you can see 243 over to Wallace.
Right.
And she is heading what direction? She's heading west?
Yeah, so they're headed west. They're facing west right now. Do you see a tornado, Josh? Josh, do you see a tornado?
We have one of our photographers, Josh Stevens, is out there with Lauren, and meteorologist Jesse Hawila. He has been coordinating our storm chasers throughout the afternoon. He's been keeping them, of course, in a safe location. And we now have Josh Stevens and Lauren Zakalik out there. Let's go back to their camera, if we can, please. And that's where we have a tornado that has touched down multiple times, that has done damage to the southwest of Canton right now. I know the live shot. Kevin Reese is, we're not going to go to Kevin right now because he's in Greenville, and that's not where we have a tornado that's on the ground. So we're going to stay down in Vanzant County right now, if we can, please. And that's the area of concern. So if you live in Canton, if you live in Vanzant County, you need to stay alert. Here's Lauren's shot one more time. There's a significant tornado threat. Now, please, you rarely hear me talk like this. This is a significant tornado threat that continues right now for the Canton area. It's not only the immediate downtown part of Canton, but it's especially the west side of town. So if you know anybody that's in that general area, this is what's in that area. Now, so you can see the circulation. Kyle, put that circulation on there for us. Go back to the velocity product one more time. I cannot tell you how, and again, meteorologist Jesse Hawila, he's been storm chasing for years. He knows the safe route for our photographers to go. So that's not a worry for us because Jesse's keeping them in a safe place. But right now, as we look just to the west of downtown Canton, we're seeing some strong rotation. But on Doppler radar right now, I'm not seeing a debris field at this point. I'm not seeing any Kyle, I'm just not seeing a debris ball, I should say, on Doppler
I mean, just
radar.
the way that thing's looked, and from all the reports that I'm seeing, it's so far away from unfortunately, the radar closest to this is a significant distance away.
Mm-hmm.
So debris would have to be lofted very, very high, I think, at this point for you to be able to see it. So I would not discount that at all. I would say that we need to go off of what the spotter reports are saying, and absolutely this thing is continuing right now.
Yeah, it is continuing right now. The tornado, I'm getting reports the tornado is, and that's fine. I know we're kind of in an area with spotty cell service, and that's what our storm chasers are using right now to get those pictures back to us from Canton. It's cell service, but we do have reports of the tornado still on the ground. And actually intensifying in Vanzant County and specifically in Canton. And I'm just talking the west side of downtown Canton. So right now it looks like the core of this storm is tracking just on the west side of downtown Canton. So we do have a significant tornado threat. Once again, this is not just Doppler radar indicated. There's multiple chasers that are in this area telling us here right around West College Street, Big Rock Road. So just on the west side of Canton is where we have, you see where all the pixels come together? The greens that are moving toward the radar, the reds that are moving away from the radar. This is most likely our area of circulation. And that is just on the west side of downtown, or just west of the west side of downtown. That's the area of concern right now. But a significant tornado threat in the city of Canton at this moment. If you are in Canton, you have to go to your safe room. You have to go to the lowest floor of your home. Go to the safe room, the lowest floor of your home. Stay away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, because Jesse, I know you still have them on the phone. Give me an update on what you're seeing as well.
They have very spotty service, but I would like to go to a product, if it's okay with you,
Yes.
Pete, called correlation coefficient. Now, this is something we very, very rarely show you. If I could hop in here, I'd like to show folks what's going on. So I'm going to get on the key here. So this is something that we use when we're trying to detect if there's debris in the air. What this can do, what this product does, is it says, okay, anything in this red color, that's rain, that's possibly hail, some sort of precipitation. When we start to see these greens and blues pop up, that's radar saying, hey guys, we have something in the air that is not rain, that is not hail. So we are very likely seeing debris being picked up on radar here on the west side of Canton. We cannot emphasize enough how dangerous this thunderstorm is. It has a classic hook to it. It's got rotation, and right now we are seeing at least what we could say is likely debris flying in the air based on what we're seeing on radar. This again, just on the west side of Canton, moving right through the middle of the city. You're looking just on the south side of I-20. This will be moving toward Interstate 20 very shortly. So if you live in Canton, or you live even to the east of that, or to the northeast toward Grand Saline, take this very seriously, because Pete, there you go.
No, and Jesse, you're right. Stay right there with us. We're getting reports right now of debris at the Canton High School.
Okay, so as Pete just said, debris being reported at Canton High School. And not only did we get that confirmed there, but again, this is what our radar is doing. Our radar is showing us that this area that we've circled right here, that radar is picking up on debris. So Kyle, I know I'd like to wait for another scan of this to see how it increases or decreases here within the next second or two. But if we could get back to velocity, I'd at least like to see what the rotation is doing here in the air. It has strengthened. I mean, if we put it right now, you can see this is what we call the outbound wind signature, this bright pink right here. This is called the inbound wind signature. These are the winds rotating right here on top of Canton. And again, this is exactly why we have this concern. We have a confirmed tornado, and I think we have a new scan of correlation coefficient. If we can go back to that, Kyle, it looks even worse as we take a look here. So there you go. As this moves east, Pete, I mean, this is a very serious situation.
We have debris right now within this tornado. Multiple reports right now of a tornado that is on the ground. So we have that confirmed. We're getting reports right now of there's debris near the Canton High School. We're not saying that the Canton High School has been hit, but we are saying right now that there is debris in the area of the Canton High School. Kyle, can you put on where the Canton High School is? And I've been to Canton multiple times. I just don't know exactly where the Canton High School is in town.
It's on the southwest side of town.
It's on the southwest side,
outside of downtown, and then you go a little bit to the west on 243 here outside of town.
Okay.
And you run into the Canton High School. So it's, I mean,
kind of in this area here,
maybe where that yellow line is ish.
Okay. So it's in this general area here, just on the outside, just on the southwest side of town. So once again, as we take a look at this data, and we not only compare this data to what our storm chasers are telling us that they're seeing on the ground, we're getting multiple reports right now of damage in the Canton area, and that would make sense given what Doppler radar is showing us. Once again, Vanzant County under a tornado warning until 6 o'clock tonight. And I know all of our meteorologists are here with us this afternoon, as they always are. And we're still showing, but let's put the velocity data back on there one more time, Kyle. And that velocity, I mean, now the velocity, the rotation is on the northwest side of town, but still very well-defined rotation with this supercell thunderstorm that is now just on the north side of downtown Canton. That just appeared as though it just passed through the west side. And we do have reports of debris in the area of the high school. There is lots of rotation right now. We're getting another report. Of lots of rotation aloft, but at this time, nothing on the ground. So there must have been a touchdown just on the south and the west side of downtown Canton, but nothing on the ground right now that can be seen from the east side of town. Now, that's not to say that it's not rain wrapped.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be kind of hard.
You know? That's not to say that it's not rain wrapped and someone on the east side of town can't see what's happening on the north side of town, but we continue to...
I'm going to get you over to Jason Joseph real quick, okay?
We continue to, we still have Jesse's mic open. We can close that for just a second. He's in the back working with our chasers out in the field. But we continue to get reports that we did have a touchdown. We know we had a touchdown down around Cedar Creek Lake. We know there was damage down there. I talked to Marjorie Barber just a short time ago. We know U.S. Highway 175 is closed. We're also right now continue to see that a tornado has touched down in the Canton area. So the tornado threat remains very high with this storm right now. Let's go to Lauren Zakalik's picture.
To my left.
And she's on Farm to Market. She's on 47 South. So let me see here where she is exactly at this point. And I know this picture keeps freezing up as cell service comes and goes. Do we have one of those GPS devices on her unit, Kyle, that's out there? She does not have a GPS with her, so we're not able to track.
Not one that I've been able to get working.
Not able to track her at this point. Yes, so we have, okay, now I'm getting reports. I just want to make sure that I confirm this before we go with this, so I'm not going to confirm this right now. We will continue to see what is taking place in Canton. I know that I have reports of there is some debris on the ground in the general area of the high school, which is on the southwest side of town. Meteorologist Jesse Huila is back with us right now. And Jesse, what are you getting? What are you hearing?
We've had a hard time getting in touch with our crew because of self-service being so bad. They're in Canton. Our photographer Josh and Lauren Zakalik both say they do have a tornado. We're trying to get to their feed. He says it's rain wrapped.
Let's put it right back up on TV right now. I can see it in the preset. Anytime that live shot comes back, I'd like you guys in the studio to just take it, and then you can go back to the radar when we lose the shot or the shot freezes up. And Kyle will have reflectivity with the circulation center on there for folks to see. And Jesse, continue, please.
Okay, so he did say that they had visual of the tornado for a moment. I'm not sure where he's headed right now. I know he's headed toward Canton. I know that he's still heading east in that direction. We'll see when they clear this tree line what we see, but of course this feed's kind of going in and out of the area. But again, if we've had confirmation of a tornado, we have debris signature on radar. Kyle, has that gotten any better? The debris signature seems to maybe have calmed down just a little bit, but we've got a great view of this thunderstorm. Again, we have a confirmed tornado in Canton. It has done damage. You can see emergency vehicles there ahead of our photography crew that's heading east. In fact, this is Lauren Zakalik and Josh Steven. So we do have an emergency crew in front of them.
And Jesse, I will tell you, I'm getting a report right now that the tornado has crossed I-20.
Okay.
So it's crossed I-20. It has moved away from Canton at this point. Law enforcement actually is telling us that it crossed I-20 near Farm to Market 17.
That's where that guy hit earlier today.
That is exactly where it was hit earlier today.
Wow.
And was hit in 2017.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was right by that car dealership.
There's Yesterland Farms, which is right down from there, and you have a car dealership that's right there that has been since rebuilt. But that exact same intersection, FM 17 and I-20, that makes the third tornado now in 2 years that has hit that intersection.
So it has crossed I-20 now. It is moving in the general direction of Grand Saline, and that's where we have another one of our reporters, Alex Roier. Alex, you're there with us. I know I checked in with you a couple times earlier. You're in the Grand Saline, Canton area, closer to Grand Saline, correct?
Yeah, Pete, we're making our way. We are to the east of Canton. We're to the south of Grand Saline, and we have been monitoring the activity on Twitter. So far, we are yet to see damage, but obviously I've seen multiple reports in Canton, so we're trying to closely navigate, carefully rather, to the south of Grand Saline. We talked to the people there on the ground. The tornado sirens were blaring in Grand Saline. There were reports of tornado, but no debris, none on the ground, no damage in Grand Saline proper. But obviously, from what you're saying in Canton, we're trying to make our way there.
At this point, Alex, I know that you are most likely, if you were in Grand Saline and you're heading south, you're most likely heading south. Jesse, is this correct? Is he heading down 110 down toward Pruitt?
Yeah, that's right.
Heading down toward Pruitt right now. I think he should stay over here on this east side. And I don't know, there's going to be some farm to market roads that run him off to the west a little bit. We certainly don't want him up in this direction as I know where you're positioning these folks. But I know you're going to move. Let's go back to Lauren's picture real fast. Okay, we have this once again. They are northbound right now. Out of Canton. And Jesse, do you know, are they on Highway 19? Do you know the answer to that?
I actually have them on the phone. I'm going to go back and check on that answer.
You can stay out here and just kind of just relay that information if you can.
They're on that phone in the back, so we had a hard time connecting with them because of cell service being so poor in that area. I'm not sure if they can hear me, but I actually don't know. We have them on the phone in the back office. That was the only line we could get through to them. But it looks like fire truck.
Yeah.
We lost him, Jason? Yeah. Okay.
We lost him on that back line as well. Jen, up in the control room, do we have Lauren or Josh on a phone where we could talk to them? I couldn't make out that street sign right there. They are, and I don't know, Jesse, I can't tell if they're heading north out of Canton or not. It doesn't take long when you leave Canton, it doesn't take long to cross I-20.
Right.
And that storm right now, and let's do this. Let's put that radar up. They're on 64 right now. Can we double box that with the radar so people can see? Because this storm is moving toward Grand Saline. It's a supercell thunderstorm. And as we double box that right now, we can continue to have her live shot on there. But I'm very concerned about people in Grand Saline. You saw some of the emergency vehicles in Canton right now. But this thunderstorm, this supercell thunderstorm, is moving toward Grand Saline. That is the northernmost part of Vanzant County. You too are under a tornado warning until 6 o'clock tonight. If you live in Grand Saline, that thunderstorm is almost there. You need to go to your safe room. You need to head to the lowest floor of your house. Kyle, if you could put the rotation on there for folks at home so they can see that as well. So we're looking, and you told me that she is on Highway 64, running outside of Canton. So the 64 runs off to the northwest outside of Canton, and the cell itself is the tornado threat. It continues for Grand Saline, US 80, all these areas right around Grand Saline and just to the south. So, okay, there we are. And where did this come from, Jen? This is Alex Roier. Okay, so Alex, we have his picture. He is south of Grand Saline right now, and you can see the supercell thunderstorm at this point. As he continues to track just to the south. So he's looking off to the west. You can kind of see how the thunderstorm itself is backlit. So that's our supercell thunderstorm right there. It's kind of hard to see. I don't see any rotation with that. We can see the rain shaft there on the left side of the screen. Kyle, do you see any rotation anywhere with that? It's probably rain wrapped, I would guess. Colleen, do you see anything?
He's looking back to the south.
He's looking southwest?
Back to the south, right?
I think he's southwest. He was in Grand Saline. He headed south.
It might be hard for him to see much.
Yeah,
it's hard to
from
tell.
that perspective.
That looks like the leading edge because just the way that, seeing supercell storms before, you kind of get that gust front looking clouds out ahead of the storm there. So that kind of looks like the leading edge. I'd call that like a shelf cloud is what that's called.
This is the part that you're talking about right here as we walk. Let me walk into the chroma key. Let's put that picture back up. So let me show you that shelf cloud, kind of the structure of this thunderstorm that he's talking about. Put Alex back up for just a second. We can go back, unless you have a tornado that you're seeing with Lauren. So here's the shelf cloud right here, and this area that's, okay, now maybe a little bit of rotation back here. I just don't know the direction that he's looking. I think Jesse's on the phone with them right now. I can't tell the direction. I'm assuming he's on the east side. Is he looking southwest, Jesse?
Josh, we're talking about, so Josh, what direction are you facing right now?
That is the Roier storm.
That's the Roier storm.
Yes.
Okay, we've got Josh that says he has visual of the tornado. Are we able to switch to his feed?
Let's go to his shot. Josh Stevens right now.
Josh says he has visual of the tornado. Josh, what direction are you facing?
Put Lauren Zakalik's
northeast
shot up, please. Not this camera. I'm seeing a little bit of rotation.
Yeah,
it might be developing right there.
Oh, wait,
hold on, go back. Go back, guys.
Go back.
I'm sorry, the control room. Go back to the other shot.
Okay, Thanks.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We can
Hang
see
tight,
the
hang tight.
rotation. We can see the lowering. We can see the lowering right here. So here's our rotating wall cloud. Yep, right here. I'm just seeing a little bit of a funnel trying to develop here. Jesse, Colleen, Kyle, and now this is Alex Roier's live camera. And this has been the case all afternoon. We can see the development start. We can see it lift back up. We can see a lowering. We can see a wall cloud that's not rotating. We can see a wall cloud start to rotate. We can see a funnel develop. I don't see a condensation funnel. Alex, give me an update. Tell me exactly where you are in the direction that this camera is pointing right now, please.
Yeah, Pete, I'm, as you know, I'm about a month into the DFW area here, but I'm looking at I'm about 10 miles east of Canton, and you can see what we're looking at from our shot right here. Our photojournalist Brandon Mowry and I are located here outside of Canton, which is about, it appears like 5-ish miles to the south of Grand Saline. And we're continuing to watch the activity move a bit closer to us. And we'll be monitoring this. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, we were in Grand Saline when the tornado warning, the sirens were blaring. We have since moved to the south of the town's city limits there.
Hey, do this for me, Alex. What direction are you looking right now?
I am looking directly to. We got to go. We got to go. Brandon's saying so. He's saying jump in the car. We're gonna move. We're live. Okay. We're to the east of, as I mentioned, to the east of Canton.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Brandon got the shot.
So you're to the east of Canton right now.
A little too close to call. We're looking at directionally. We're live right now, Brandon. What's up? Yeah, go. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. We will keep the shot. You guys go to a safe area.
Way too close.
You guys go to a safe area. We'll keep that shot up as long as you'd like, and then we will go back to Lauren's shot. I know Lauren Zakalik and Josh Stevens are in that same general area where we can see. Here's the concern that I have is the very heavy rain, Kyle. It's the rain-wrapped situation that we very well could be in. And unfortunately, I don't know exactly where they are at this point. Jesse, can you tell me?
So he's facing northeast. He's just southeast of the city, facing northeast,
so he's
is what he says.
He's southeast of Canton.
Yeah, he said he had visual of the tornado, very rain-wrapped, but he is basically in Canton, but just kind of on the southeast side, looking north. Which makes sense considering where we have Alex looking, he's in Grand Saline looking that way. So we have crews that have eyes on literally every single part of this thunderstorm. And Josh said he did see a tornado, and we obviously have confirmation that in many other ways. We did see debris earlier near Canton High School. Now we're seeing this rotation that's been pretty strong. This is still moving northeast. Looks like the center of rotation right by Grand Saline, where we had Alex earlier, same place that was hit earlier.
Yep, and right now I'm just looking at the velocity products over here on the other radar as we continue to do this, and it's right around Grand Saline right now. Is where, and it's just to the south of Grand Saline is where we have the rotation. The problem is it's rain wrapped.
Right.
That's the problem, and where Alex and his crew were just a few minutes ago, just on the east side of Grand Saline, they were there right before the rain started. And then all of a sudden, they just needed to move south to get into a safer location, which they did that as well. But where this crew is, just to the southeast of Canton, they're just looking into the rain, and we're not going to see anything at this point from this vantage point. But Alex Roier and so we're going to go back to Alex now. I know they're in a safe location at this point, so we just have a picture only, and they're south of Grand Saline at this point, and. They have to be looking, Jesse. They have to be looking off to the northwest, I would believe. Just looking. Well, if they're south of Grand Saline, Yeah, I guess it just depends on where they are, but they are looking generally in some direction off to the west.
Yeah, and the thing is, trying to get a hold of the crews, sometimes the service can be a little bit hard to reach, but certainly what we're seeing here, a very dangerous situation in these areas. Grand Saline, I know that they had some damage earlier, and this is rolling through the same exact area. So this is one of those instances where we have a rain-wrapped tornado possible, and you're not going to be able to see it. Please don't try to go see it. We have crews positioned in the field using our radar technology, using everything that we know. So please, if you live in Canton or you live in Grand Saline, make sure you're in a safe space or very safe structure, because again, we've already had damage with this thunderstorm, and as it moves kind of east-northeast, it'll continue to do so, but you're not going to see it until it gets up on you because it's rain wrapped.
Okay, so we have Alex back. We can hear him. Alex, tell me where you are right now.
On what appears to be, I believe it's State Route 1255, which is just to the east of Canton. We are looking right now, if I bring up, we're looking directly to the north right here from our shot, and the shot that you're looking at live. Some rain is starting to come down right here. We're seeing some police driving by on the state route. They have their lights on. We're in a very rural area outside of Canton, just to the south of Grand Saline.
Yeah, and I think a lot of folks may know the East Texas Zoo and Gator Park out in that area. That's south of Grand Saline. It's kind of northeast of Canton, so you're not too far away from that. They're off of Farm to Market 1255. But Jesse, I'm looking at the Supercell itself. I'm looking for a little rotation there on the backside. I mean, I can't tell if that wall cloud's rotating. I have to believe that it is, just by looking at Doppler radar, looking at the structure of the supercell itself. There on the left side is where I'm trying to see if I could see some rotation. Guys, I don't see any here, but that doesn't mean that it's not on the other side of those trees.
Exactly. The tree line is blocking the view there of the surface. So there very well could be a tornado. We can't see it because of the tree line, but what we do know is that this has history of producing a tornado, a damaging tornado there in Canton, and as it continues to move east, you need to make sure you're in a safe place. If you live between, let's say, Jones and Grand Saline down through Pruitt on 110, or heading even kind of close to Mineola there around 80, you need to make sure you're in a safe place. I say this I need you to understand when I say this, I don't mean you're safe. I'm just telling you the rotation has gotten a little bit less organized, a little more broad. That's good news. That doesn't mean you let your guard down. That means you stay where you are, but just know that at least things are looking a little bit better than they were certainly earlier. I'm telling you, Pete, when we look at velocity, the kind of the track of this over the last hour, when that was right over Canton, that's when that velocity kind of maxed out right over that area. And that's why earlier we were seeing debris on radar. We had the confirmation of damage in the area and a confirmed tornado. Right now, things have gotten a little less scary on radar, but that doesn't mean you let your guard down. You need to stay in your safe place. In fact, Kyle's putting a rotation on there now.
Yeah, there's our rotation. So here's the deal. I know a lot of us send our kids to Sky Ranch, which is over here in Van. So here's Van, so it's north of Van. So the kids are over here. The rotation is to the west. The kids are fine right now, and they certainly have lots of safe areas out there. So between Van and Mineola in this general area right here, that's where Sky Ranch is. And there's some really strong buildings out there, but the rotation is not at Sky Ranch. So for those of us that have sent our kids there, or for those of you that are sending your kids there this summer for camp, there's Sky Ranch. So here's Van. So it's just to the kind of the northeast of Van. So the kids are fine out at Sky Ranch. But here's Grand Saline. That's where it's moving. So there you go. There's a little perspective for you as you look at Sky Ranch where your kids may be. There's Mineola. Here's Grand Saline. So the thunderstorm itself, I mean, it went right through just on the west side of downtown Canton. So some concerns there. There's the rotation with it right now, Grand Saline. Let's go back to Alex's camera if we can. And as we take a look at that camera, do we have that one more time? There's Alex. Alex, I don't know if he can hear us, and that's okay. But as he kind of gets ready to talk to us in a couple of minutes, you can see the thunderstorm itself has, at least from their vantage point, the thunderstorm itself has weakened, but Kyle, we still have some pretty decent rotation with us. As Jesse mentioned just a moment ago, it's not as intense as it was, but it's still intense enough, and it's still a dangerous storm.
I completely agree. And the problem is you actually see kind of the purple shade there on the side of the screen, kind of between Grand Saline and Mineola off of Highway 80. I'm going to circle it right here. That purple shade about there, that's kind of the extent of our radar range. Yeah. And so we're getting to the edge of the radar there, which the fact that you're even seeing rotation at this point is pretty significant, because that means the radar is shooting into the storm well above the surface of the ground, and you're getting some pretty good rotation there. So, extrapolate that down to the surface. That means that there probably is some pretty good rotation occurring at the surface as well. The fact that we're even seeing rotation at this level. So even though it looks broader now than it was as it went through the Canton area, certainly cannot sound the all clear at all as this thing moves closer to Grand Saline along Highway 80 and eventually up toward Mineola.
Yeah, and we've seen reports of damage in the Canton area. We've seen reports of damage in down at Kemp around Maybank at Cedar Creek Lake. And so this storm does have a history of producing a tornado. It's just to the southwest of Grand Saline right now, or it's 11 miles northeast of Canton. It's moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So very concerned about this thunderstorm that has had multiple reports of tornado damage. So there is damage right now. There's tree damage in Canton itself. There's tree damage. There's power lines that are down. There are some serious issues across parts of North Texas, especially for areas just to the east of Dallas. And it's not just east of Dallas. It's not just Kaufman County. It's not just Vanzant County. There's probably 5 or 6 counties right now that have had damage due to the strong winds and potential tornadoes this afternoon. I don't know how many tornado warnings we've had. We've had to have had at least maybe a dozen or so. 12, maybe 13 or 14 tornado warnings this afternoon. How many of those will be confirmed? I'm sure there will be, a handful that will be confirmed this afternoon. And unfortunately, the tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock tonight. So we have additional thunderstorms that are in our forecast as we head through the next several hours. There's the the tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. And there's more thunderstorms that are back around Mineral Wells and Decatur and Gainesville and Denton. So you can see that second line of storms. Now, that second line is certainly not nearly as intense as the first couple of lines that have moved through. But that last one that you're seeing that stretches from Gainesville to Decatur to Mineral Wells off to the southwest of here, that's really the last batch. But it's not just moving due east, it's moving northeast, so the eastward progression of this will be kind of a slow go, and it's going to take several hours for that front to come through. And as that front comes through, Dallas County, Tarrant County, we have a couple more hours of severe weather potential in our forecast. That's a front. It's a late season front that will slide through over the next several hours. The most intense part of the thunderstorm activity will be in advance of that, but some marginally severe storms can't be ruled out on the backside of that front. I know we have our reporters out in the field. Lauren Zakalik is out. Alex Roier is out. Do we have either one of those? Okay, we don't have either right now, and I know meteorologist Colleen Coyle has been here throughout the afternoon, throughout the morning as well. Colleen, I know you've been keeping an eye on social media and some of the pictures that you have. People have been sending us. I know you're going to show us several of those and I'm going to let you load those up. Meteorologist Jesse Hawila just came in here right now. So Colleen, as you load those up, Jesse, you have an update?
We're just listening to scanner traffic back there from Vanzant County, and law enforcement in the area still sees a rain-wrapped tornado in Vanzant County. So that's just a little bit. Oh, look at that! Wow. So there's that's what a supercell looks like there from the edge. So Kyle, this is Cedar Creek Lake looking toward Gun Barrel City from Diana Baker. Just an absolutely incredible structure, and these are the thunderstorms like we said earlier.
That's 334 as it heads across the north end of the lake there. So you're looking back to the east, to the west. So Gun Barrel City's behind you. 7 points would be ahead of you, and you're looking at the north end of the lake there. That's the west side of the lake as that storm was moving across earlier today.
See the rain shaft, maybe the hail core. Yeah. See a little rotation right there, kind of on that backside.
And that's kind of the scary thing, Pete, is like if there were a tornado in this situation, it would rain wrapped. A lot of people don't understand. This is kind of the wide view. Yeah. It may be hindered by that. It's a curtain of sorts, just a wall of water, and the tornado may be behind that. So if you see that little tree there in the distance, right over here, just to the right of the truck,
This is the area that this is the rain shaft. Hail core's in here as well, but this is the rain shaft. This is where the tornado may be rain wrapped. Back in this area, right through here, and you just can't see it due to all the rain. And this is Jesse, what you and the chasers, when you guys get out and start doing that, I mean, this is a concern. That's why you move forward with an abundance of caution.
Yeah, you always stay ahead of it. And this is exactly what when we say supercells, some people may not be familiar with that term, but this is what a supercell thunderstorm looks like. These are the most dangerous thunderstorms you can have. These are the ones that produce tornadoes and massive hail. And this is kind of what a wide view of it looks like. And when you get inside of that, that's when you get pummeled with hail and you may have that tornado.
And I know we have the helicopter up right now. Let's go to the helicopter. We are looking, so this is west of Kemp. There's another rain shaft, so west of Kemp. So we're down by Cedar Creek right now. Gun Barrel City. So the rain that we're looking at there, if this is west of Kemp, there's not a tornado warning for that area. We can take that off the screen. That is rain that's in Ellis County. So they're looking at rain there's a little bit of rain in Kemp, but it is pouring right now back in Ennis. So I would believe that maybe that's what they're looking at.
There's a little bit of broad rotation with that storm. It doesn't surprise me at all, as we've seen throughout the day today. So it's one to keep an eye on, but nothing worth pulling the trigger on right now or becoming overly concerned with. But it's something just to keep an eye on for the time being. We've done this all day, where we've had these storms that are like, okay, they're kind of trying to get their act together. They haven't gotten their act together just yet, but we're going to continue to watch them. This is one of those storms that we're just watching right now.
Yeah, hey, we're getting a report right now. So this is around Kemp. We're getting a report right now of a rope tornado that's visible in Grand Saline. They're saying it's right over the center of town. So we have some trained spotters out there right now, and they're saying that they are looking at a significant wall cloud with rotation and a rope tornado in Grand Saline right now. So that's not where this shot is, but you can see that even areas, this is to the west of Grand Saline, but you can see to the areas. We go back to the radar. Let's take a look at that. Let's go back to Grand Saline. Let's go back. That's northern Vanzant County. So that's off to the east of there. That's where that red box is over there on the right. So as we zoom up there to Vanzant, northern Vanzant, so Canton's in Vanzant County. So we're going to zoom into this area. Let me move this monitor around here just a little bit. As we move that, there we are. Right here. We put the rotation on there. We put the velocity data on there. Yep, that's it right there. So there's our rotation. But I mean, this is a long way away from that radar in our radar that's in Johnson County at this point. I mean, this is probably looking at, how high do you think this is shooting into the storm? I mean, 20?
Thousands of feet. Yeah, it's hard to say, but yeah, I mean, you're not looking at anything near the surface here. You're looking at rotation.
Way aloft, 20,000 feet, 25,000 feet.
And like Kyle said, how that defines
down to the surface
is questionable.
And that's why that's why these radars are in the general vicinity of a big metropolitan area. They're just on the outskirts of a metropolitan area, because the farther away you are from that, the worse your vision is. So that's why we need storm chasers. We need our spotters. That's why we have them. That's why we have 2 reporters that are on the ground in this area right now, because we compare this data along with the eyewitness reports. And the eyewitness reports are critical. And what we're seeing right now is still rotation. One of our spotters on the ground told us that they're seeing a rope tornado that's just passed through downtown Grand Saline. I do not have any reports of any damage there, but we're at the far eastern extent of the radar right now. We're trying to get people to verify this right now, but we are looking at Doppler radar. We just taking a look. One of our spotters is out there telling us he's taking a look. He doesn't see anything right now at ground level. Another one of our spotters did say that they did see a rope tornado visible in Grand Saline right over the center of town. So we are also trying to confirm any damage. We are trying to confirm right now power outages, any injuries. We've had some damage in the Canton area. I know we have had some damage in the Grand Saline area. I just don't know to what extent. I know we've also had some damage in the Maybank area on the the east side of Cedar Creek Lake, Maybank, Kemp, that general area. I know there's been damage there. I just don't know to what extent. I know Highway 175 has been closed. And Colleen, I know that you've continued to pull pictures and video off of social media, and you have some that you do want to show us now, right?
Yes, been monitoring these social channels here, and we have a lot of confirmation, at least through video and pictures, of that tornado just outside of Maybank earlier. That's the same storm that is now producing the potential of another tornado there as it moves out of Vanzant County toward Mineola. So a little something in Maybank. This is from Mike Cooper, so you can see some video there of the dark skies, and also some folks seeing those rope tornadoes starting to touch down in areas. They've seen some funnel clouds. We've had many reports from this area. Another photo here shows you just outside, about a mile outside of Maybank, a better vantage point from Colton Perry, showing you that tornado as it was moving through. So these storms, as we've had the day go on, they're a little more isolated in nature. Earlier today when we were on the air, it was just a big mess of storms, and now these are just a little bit more isolated. And so with that, these supercells are allowed to get stronger and grow. They have all the fuel that's in place. And so with that, they have been a little more destructive, especially with the peak heating of the day as they move east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So again, still getting many photos out of Canton. Unfortunately, not good news, where we've had reports of power lines down, debris on the roadways with that strong storm that has rolled through. If you're joining us right now and you do not hear us talking about your county or your town, it's because we are not concerned about your area. Right now, all those tornado warnings are out in the Vanzant area, and all other storms in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in North Texas are behaving themselves. And so, again, you will still see rain, but we are not expecting severe weather in those spots. So again, just a dangerous situation. If we want to zoom back down into the Canton area right now, again, we will have the National Weather Service heading out later on tomorrow, and of course they will start to confirm these tornadoes, so we don't have any confirmation of exactly how many, where exactly they hit, but at least pictures and videos on Twitter and just eyewitness reports certainly shows multiple touchdowns in this area. Just a very dangerous situation that, Pete, is still ongoing right now as the storm moves into Mineola and also the Quitman area.
Yeah, it's moving into Mineola and Quitman. Then I'm concerned, Colleen, about another. You know, I said a couple of hours ago this was going to go on for several more hours, and there could be a new tornado warning for Kaufman County here in just a moment, in kind of the east central part of the county, just east of Terrell. We have more rotation. Kyle, can we put that up? This is just one of those days. It's one of the days in North Texas where we have just a really dynamic atmosphere. Remember, we're all under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. So your question is, when will the severe weather threat end? The tornado watch is in effect until 8 tonight. That's the first indicator. It's going to go till at least 8 o'clock tonight. And here's our rotation. This is right on 20. Here's Terrell. There's post Oak Bend City. Here's Kaufman. So there's our Kaufman County. Here's their Kaufman County line. And it's almost on the county line on the east side of the county, but more rotation. Not a tornado warning right now, but once again, if you live east of Terrell and moving off to the northeast of there, Wills Point, you need to be alert, because we could very shortly have yet another tornado warning and possibly another tornado that could be spawned out of this thunderstorm. So we continue to watch these. It's been a very active day. It wasn't surprising. We've been talking about this for the last several days, but we still have, I know we have reports of damage in Canton. I know we have reports of damage in Kaufman. And Colleen, if you can find some of the damage pictures, that would be great. We've had multiple reports and seen the videos and the pictures of the funnel clouds and the tornadoes. Now, if you have seen any damage, power lines down, trees down, any of that sort, any type of damage at all, send that to us. Just tweet me at WFAA Weather, at WFAA Weather. Just send me a tweet of that. I would like to have additional confirmation of the damage. And the damage, I just don't know at this point how significant it has been, but we've had maybe a dozen reports of tornadoes today across the area. I did have one unconfirmed report that the tornado that touched down just on the west side of Canton, and once again, that's not confirmed, but that was possibly a wedge tornado. I do know that was a supercell thunderstorm. Is a wedge tornado a possibility? It's possible. I've had some verbal confirmation of it. I just have not seen any pictures myself. But again, we are looking at a thunderstorm that does have a history of producing tornadoes. It's now moving toward Quinland. And my concern right now in Quinland is in the Tyler viewing area. So we're just exiting the Dallas-Fort Worth and the WFAA viewing area. Now this is moving into farther into deep East Texas at this point. But here's our additional thunderstorm. So let me give you a quick recap here. I know we're about ready to wrap up this newscast, but let me start with our Dallas-Fort Worth, our DFW radar view, if we can. You can see what's happening in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So we do have some scattered thunderstorms across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. None of these are severe at this point, but we do have a scattering of showers and thunderstorms across the Dallas-Fort Worth area at this point. Let's widen out and look at the North Texas view, if you can. All of our severe thunderstorms right now, there are no severe thunderstorms Dallas-Fort Worth. The severe thunderstorms right now are in East Texas. We are watching the potential for a severe thunderstorm up around Bonham in Fannin County. We're watching for a thunderstorm that's just to the east of you in Terrell in Kaufman County that may turn severe. But right now, that's the way the radar looks. These thunderstorms back around Mineral Wells in Decatur, in Denton, in Gainesville, they're not severe. They're just late May thunderstorms. And most of this is just some light to moderate rain that's falling right now across the area. But we have the threat of tornadoes and severe weather as we show you our tornado watch. We have that threat of tornadoes and severe weather in our forecast as we head through the next several hours. Right now, we do have that tornado watch, the entire Dallas-Fort Worth area that's in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. Let's go to the chopper. We have the helicopter up right now. It's heading toward Canton. And here's the situation. Once again, in Canton, in Kemp, in Maybank, they're over Terrell right now. Heading to the east, heading toward Canton. We do know that there is damage in those locations. I do not know the extent of the damage right now, but we continue to have reporters out in that area. They're getting the latest information for us. Right now, though, we do have another thunderstorm that's in eastern Kaufman County approaching I-20. It's east of Terrell. It does have broad rotation, and that may prevent at a minimum of a strong wind threat. That could be winds of 60 miles an hour or stronger. Meteorologist Jesse Hawila is here with us. And Jesse, I know you continue to talk to our chasers out in the field. What are they telling you?
Yeah, so we'll continue to watch that Kaufman storm. But I do want to give a report. Lauren Zakalik, we can't get their feet up. We're trying our best here, but they have shot video of a rope tornado near Grand Saline. So kind of east of Grand Saline, between Mineola and Grand Saline. They do have visual of a rope. So there is a tornado. Okay. We do have that.
Okay, and right now, Jesse, another tornado warning has been issued. This one is for Kaufman County. That's that thunderstorm that I was showing you. So I don't know where the chopper is right now. I know they're in Kaufman County. Let's put this back up. A tornado warning has been issued for Kaufman County. It's 8 miles west of Wills Point, moving to the northeast at 20 miles an hour. Alex Roier. Alex, let me go to you. I know you have damage. You were in Grand Saline out in Vanzant County. Tell me where you are and let's see your pictures. Okay, I tell you what, let's do this. Since we have a new tornado warning that is fairly close to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, it's in Kaufman County. Let's go to the radar, Kyle. Let me put that back up. I know we only have 2 minutes left here. Let me put that up. There's that new tornado warning. It's in Kaufman County. And it's not only Kaufman County, but it's in Vanzant County again. Vanzant has just been under the gun all day. So there's the new tornado warning. It's east of you in Terrell. Wills Point, you're in Vanzant County. This is the rotation that we have. Let's put a quick track on there. Moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. They'll slow down to 25. They'll speed up to 35, but that's the general forward speed. Moving in that direction, these are the times, these are the towns. Wills Point, arrival time for you, 6:09. Edgewood, 6:24. Fruitvale, it'll arrive there at 6:49, and at Bright Star, 6:50. Listen, this is another thunderstorm that probably will produce yet another tornado. It might be brief. At a minimum, you're going to have some winds. You might just have a funnel cloud, but you could have some 60-mile-an-hour winds. If you live in any of these locations, eastern Kaufman County into Vanzant County, Edgewood and Wills Point, you need to seek shelter immediately. We've had multiple tornado reports today. We have damage in several different locations across North Texas. We're going to keep it here. We want you to keep it here. We're going to continue to track these storms. We still have a tornado watch that's in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. Right now, damage in parts of Kaufman County, damage in parts of Vanzant County, and damage as well in parts of Rain County. Make sure you keep it here. We'll continue to keep you updated. Our severe weather coverage does continue. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back. But remember, almost all of North Texas still under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Damaging winds, large hail, and yes, the threat of tornadoes. Make sure you keep it here, and you can always follow us on WFAA.com. We'll take a quick break. We will be back in 2 minutes. We'll see you then.
All right. All right, okay. Chris, mic check, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, so what are we doing? We're going, are we coming out to us or straight to Pete? Okay.
Pete, mic level, Kemp, please. Mic level. Pete.
Live from South Victory, this is
We continue to follow that breaking news. Want to give you a live look now in Canton. Take a look here. This is a picture that we've seen just in the last 5-10 minutes. You can see this is right near in Canton. It's near East Dallas Street and North Trade Days Boulevard. So right outside the gas station there. This isn't far from the Vanzant County Courthouse, Canton's Cafe right there across the street. You can see, look at that damage right there. You can see people taking a look at it that completely just crumbled down and brought to the ground. Again, this is in the heart of Canton. We have also been hearing reports from people who said they saw small trees in the air in Canton, and we know that there is large debris down near Highway 47, so it is going to be very tough to get around in that area as we continue through the night.
And there you see the residents of Canton going through what has been a very scary situation there this afternoon, assessing the damage there. I have been in contact with the police department there at Canton PD. They are saying there is major damage throughout the city of Canton. They are reporting extensive damage at the intersection of highways 19 and 64. Also telling me there has been at least one injury. There you see emergency officials on scene. They've got several of them there tonight, Pete. Fire department, police department, DPS, and this situation is ongoing. We're still not out of the woods yet.
And Pete, they're walking around here. Is that okay at this point to be assessing damage?
Yeah, at this point it is. I mean, as long as the power lines aren't down, so that all the emergency personnel are on the ground there. And that's the problem. I mean, that was the fear that we had, you know, when we saw that tornado was on the ground, and we were looking at the Doppler radar products showing us, you know, the debris within that tornado itself. So we knew there were going to be problems. Unfortunately, there has. Now, I do have a little bit of good news here. The Dallas-Fort Worth area has been cleared from the tornado watch. So Dallas-Fort Worth is no longer under the tornado watch. That's the good news. The bad news is everybody to the east, you're under that tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Now let's go to the radar very quickly. We still have more tornado warnings that are in effect. We still have some rain in Dallas-Fort Worth. This is not severe. None of these storms or any of the rain that we have for the next couple of hours in Dallas-Fort Worth, it's not severe. Does that mean that it couldn't turn marginally severe? It's possible, but it would be kind of that iffy type of stuff. But off to the east, it's certainly not marginal at all. Here's two areas of concern. This one is between Terrell and Wills Point around Edgewood. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Kaufman. Here's Kaufman County. Here's Vanzant County. So it's right on the Kaufman-Vanzant County line. Let's put a track on that very quickly. This is yet another tornado-warned storm. It's almost the same situation as the one that you just saw in Canton just a moment ago, but it's a tornado warning until 6:45. It's moving off to the east, and it will arrive in Wills Point. I mean, it's almost there right now. Fruitvale, arrival time 6:16. Alba 6:37. Golden 6:45. And Quitman at 6:58. That's the latest there. Let's head just to the east of there. There's Canton. Here's Grand Saline. There's a tornado warning for Smith and Wood County. And just to the southwest of there, that's Canton. That's Vanzant County. And that's where our Alex Roier is. And Alex, there's damage. We just saw the pictures. Give us an update.
We're at the intersection of Dallas Street and Trade Days Boulevard. Check out this Valero gas station. You can see some of the damage that lines the street right here. And there's really damage on every side of this intersection. A number of emergency response vehicles in this street. And Brandon, if you walk with me here, I think over here, I was just told a minute ago, is the chief of police. I'm going to try to see if he'll give us a little update on what they're seeing here, because at one point there was a report of an injury. Chief, excuse me, Chief, we're live on WFAA. Can I ask you a real quick question?
This is emergency management.
Okay. Mr. Sanford, can I ask you a real quick question about kind of what's happened here, and tell us a little update on what you know so far?
Well, we started tracking this thing out of Maybank because we knew that it was on the ground in Maybank. One of our sergeants with the police department have a live feed cam over in Maybank. So we started tracking it coming out of Maybank, and it lifted. So we deployed units to the southern part of our county out here to just keep an eye on the cloud network that was going on out there. And it had lifted. And so we were kind of in a calm mode. And then luckily we were about 7 to 8 miles out of town watching when it developed again. And we could see it. We could see it as it developed and hit the ground. And we started, tracking it parallel with it and everything. And we knew by the direction that it was headed and everything that it was coming into town. And we were doing multiple deploys of the early warning sirens with the code red system and everything like that.
Have you heard of any injuries at this location right here?
We have one injury located back down the block here. It seems to be minor type injuries and everything, but we want to take care of the people and make sure that they're okay. So we have the EMS units that have went ahead and they transported them just to make sure.
So we do have one person transferred. Sirs, thank you so much. I do want to give one last look around here as we send it back into you guys here at the intersection of Dallas Street and Trade Days Boulevard. in Canton. You can see some of the damage on really every side of this intersection following a tornado that came through less than an hour ago, guys.
Alex, we appreciate that update. That has been our fear, not only in Canton, but also to the southwest of there in Kemp, in Maybank, the Cedar Creek Lake area, the Cedar Creek Lake Country Club. We know there's damage there. We know Highway 175 is closed. We know there's power lines down. There's trees down. So there's some problems there as well. But once again, these are live pictures coming out of Canton right now, where we do know that a tornado did touch down. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Kaufman County and yet again Vanzant County. Now it's north of Canton at this point. It's up around Wills Point. I'm getting some reports right now south of Oak Grove. There's some broad rotation, and that's right there on the Kaufman County line. So southeast of Oak Grove, we're seeing some rotation there with that thunderstorm. So zoom in just a little bit more on that for me, Jason. So Wills Point, and just right around 20 there, that's just to the west of Wills Point. That's Oak Grove, kind of right there on the line. There's Cobb, Hiram. So those are the areas. Now to the west of there, pretty far to the west of there in North Fort Worth, that's where we also have had some damage, and that's where our Bradley Blackburn has been for the last couple of hours. And Bradley, homes damaged there, roofs, lots of problems, right?
That's right, Pete. You know, they've been cleaning up all afternoon. The storm came through here at about 1:30 this afternoon, and already city crews have been out here trying to mulch some of the trees that were downed, trying to get this cleaned up. You can see behind me, this house is one of the houses that had the worst damage. You see the crew already up on the roof there. Now, what's interesting about this house in particular is that the family that lives here was hundreds of miles away when this storm came through. They were on vacation at Disney World in Orlando, flying back after a week-long vacation. They got the information from their family and neighbors that their house had been damaged. They were diverted to Houston, just landed in DFW. They're on their way back right now, but their neighbors have been trying to get it cleaned up in the interim so that when they get home, it's not too crazy. Now, as I said, this whole area, we've seen city crews come through, the Fort Worth Fire Department, the Fort Worth Parks and Recreation Department. They brought a big mulcher through here. Look right here. This is one of the trees that came down. They've already come through to slice it down so that they can take these parts, turn it into mulch. This whole area, neighbors told us that they were with kids who were out of school. When they got these sirens, they went into their safe rooms, bathrooms. They saw this storm come through. We have seen at least one picture, a neighbor that thinks they captured a funnel cloud on a photograph. So very frightening for these folks, but the good news is that there are no injuries in this area. Nobody was hurt, no kids were outside, everybody was inside in a safe place. That's the exact message that I know that we've been trying to get out to folks all afternoon as we have these storms across our area. You know, and really this street, it's been remarkable to see everybody just come out of their homes, work together to try and clean this area up. One family I saw coming around just a few minutes ago, two little girls, their home was not damaged, but they wanted to help other people that were cleaning up, so they went and got a big bag of Chick-fil-A sandwiches, sweet tea, and we're taking it around to give to people that are working here, trying to get it cleaned up. And there were some smiles on faces as they received those sandwiches, and so that was a little bit of good news. Otherwise, they're just dealing with a big mess here, guys.
Bradley, I can assure you that sweet tea will bring a smile to anyone's face. There is no doubt about that. And yes, also a bit more of good news right now. The Dallas-Fort Worth area is not under a tornado watch any longer. That doesn't mean that we couldn't have a marginally severe thunderstorm, but the Dallas-Fort Worth area is not under a tornado watch any longer. Now, unfortunately, areas to the east are still under that tornado watch, and we still have a tornado warning that's in effect. It's right on the Kaufman County, Vanzant County line. So still some rain in Dallas-Fort Worth, but not severe. It's to the southeast where we still have a tornado warning. Once again, it's Kaufman. It's far eastern Kaufman County, right on the Kaufman. Here's Kaufman County and the Vanzant County line. Here's Canton. That's where Alex Roier is right now. So just up to the north of there, Canton will not be impacted by this severe thunderstorm that may be producing another tornado. It's right on top of you in Wills Point right now. So if you live in Wills Point, you need to be in your safe space. You need to be in that safe room, the lowest level of your house, because you have yet another thunderstorm, and it's probably rain wrapped once again. You have another thunderstorm that could very briefly produce the type of damage that we saw in Fort Worth, the type of damage that we're seeing in Kemp, the type of damage that you just saw in Canton. This is the concern, the type of damage that we're seeing in the general Grand Saline area. So to the west of you in Wills Point, west of I-20 right now, just north of I-20, that's where we have yet another severe thunderstorm that may be producing yet another tornado. Wills Point, take shelter right now. News 8 at 6 continues right after this. We'll be back.
Welcome back. You're watching WFAA News at 6, and you're taking a live look at Canton there from the ground. In the last few minutes, we heard that the officials there were tracking this storm as it moved out of Maybank. They watched it develop and deployed resources accordingly. We have heard that there was one injury, but that injury is minor.
Minor injury, Chris, but extensive damage there in the center, in the heart of Canton, as that tornado ripped through this afternoon. Emergency officials telling us that power lines are down throughout the center of Canton. And Pete, you continue to track radar this afternoon.
Yeah, we do track radar this afternoon. We Dallas-Fort Worth right now is in the clear as far as the tornado watch goes. Dallas-Fort Worth no longer under that tornado watch, but areas to the east are under the tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Still some showers and even a couple of thunderstorms in Dallas-Fort Worth over the next several hours, but the severe weather threat has shifted off to the east, and there is a tornado warning, yet another tornado warning that's in effect for not only Grand Saline to the west of Grand Saline, but for Wills Point, that's Vanzant County. There's Canton, Vanzant County. To the northwest of there's Wills Point. There's the tornado warning, and it'll arrive in Edgewood in a few minutes. Fruitvale at 6:32. That's Fruitvale High. Alba at 6:54. Golden at 7 o'clock, and Quinland at 7:15. We still have a tornado warning in effect. And as I look at radar, I'm concerned about areas down around parts of Ellis County and maybe even down around Kaufman County. Once again, yet another tornado warning developing. We have damage in Rockwall County and a number of other locations as well. Here's a funnel cloud that was spotted in Royse City. We'll continue to keep an eye on our severe weather threat. Our special severe weather edition of News 8 at 6 continues right after this.
And welcome back to our severe weather coverage. You are looking at video shot earlier today of a large tornado that touched down in Canton. Again, this is coming to us, and this is in Kemp, K-E-M-P, in Kemp, Texas. We've seen several tornadoes in North Texas today. Also a tornado in Canton, another one in Maybank. In fact, Chris, I spoke with an employee at the McDonald's in Maybank at about 4:50 this afternoon. He had just seen that tornado cross over 175, and then it headed into Canton, leaving this behind.
Yeah, you can see there, people are already coming out with shovels, brooms, trying to start the process of cleaning up there. We heard on the ground there in Canton, there was an injury. Fortunately, it was only a minor one. They saw this storm and they were watching reports like the one that Pete was tracking that saw this storm coming out of Maybank. They were able to deploy their resources ahead of it. And fortunately, everyone heeded those sirens that sounded repeatedly. Pete, hard to believe. I mean, I think we're on, what, our 12th, 13th day of tornadoes here in the country right now?
Oh, at least. But you know, in Canton, this weekend is First Trade Days Monday.
Right.
It's this weekend. So today's Wednesday, right? Mm-hmm. Today's Wednesday. So people are out there setting up for this weekend. So, I mean, you know, for those of us that have been out to Canton, I mean, that's the reason I go, right? I get dragged around with my wife, like a lot of us guys. But I mean, there's a lot of people that have been out there setting up. I mean, it's a huge deal for those of us in North Texas and other parts of the South. We head to Canton just for the trade days, and I mean, this is the big weekend. So a lot of people are out there setting up. This damage right here I'll tell you guys.
It's about a block or two away.
Yeah, it is a block or two away from
Yeah.
from this intersection.
Yep.
This is Dallas Street there, but this isn't a surprise given what we saw on the radar. And quite candidly, I'm happy that this is all that I'm seeing right now. And I'm also wondering, is this all that I'm seeing at this point? And I say that only because, you know, we're just seeing this one intersection. What else or where else haven't our cameras been able to go? And I hope this is the worst of it right now. And this is bad. I know we have reports of one injury right now, but I hope that it's nothing more than this. And as that tornado did move just on the west side of Canton itself, I have no confirmation that it went through the center of town, but everything was indicating that it was just moving through the west side of town, and that's what it appears as it has done at this point. So there is not a tornado warning in effect there anymore. In about 30 minutes to maybe an hour at the most, more rain will be moving in. Not severe, but this is Vanzant County, obviously Canton, and but we still have the threat in Vanzant County and in Canton. You're still under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. The Dallas-Fort Worth area has been cleared from the tornado watch, but clearly the town of Canton is dealing with problems tonight and issues there. The Dallas-Fort Worth area clear, still some rain in our forecast, but check out these areas off to the southeast. So once again, Dallas-Fort Worth, just some scattered showers, couple rumbles of thunder, but the concern now is off to the east and the southeast. So east of Terrell, here's Wills Point. So this Wills Point, you are in Vanzant County. There's Canton. So here's the next little cluster of storms. I mean, 30, maybe 45 minutes. You'll be seeing more there in Canton at this point. But the severe threat right now is to the north of you. That's a tornado warning for the northwestern corner of Vanzant County, and that tornado warning goes until 6:45. So about another 25 minutes or so. Let's put a quick track on that as it moves off to the northeast, and as it moves off to kind of the east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. That forward speed on that will put it in Edgewood at 622, so it's almost there now. I know it's storming in Edgewood, but you could be seeing some rotation in Edgewood here in just about 2 minutes or so. Golden at 6:59, Calvary at 7:04, and then Quitman in Wood County, right, Kyle? Quitman is in Wood County. That is at 7:14. And Lone Grove School at 7:24. So this is to the east of Dallas. Let's head down. Let's go down to Rice. Can we do that? Let's go to the southeast of Dallas. I was looking at rotation down there earlier and down around Gun Barrel City. So here's Cedar Creek Lake once again. I know we had some damage down in that area. Here's Rice. So this is the storm that I was looking at for some additional rotation. I know we're looking at reflectivity here. Very quickly put up the velocity. It's kind of raw data that shows wind within the thunderstorm. We can see a little bit of a broad rotation here with this. That's these different colors. The green's toward the radar, the red's away from the radar. It's just a tool that we use that really helps us fine-tune exactly where the wind threat is. It's between Rice and Gun Barrel City. We can put the reflectivity back on there for us, and you can see we're looking at very, very heavy rain, but once again moving through Gun Barrel City. So here's Kemp, here's Eustis, and Maybank is just off to the north of Eustis. But 175 was closed earlier. It's probably still closed because there were a bunch of trees that were knocked down, power lines were knocked down, and there was some damage. And then we talked to some folks at the Cedar Creek Country Club that said that there was certainly some tree damage and some power lines down. But they had no reports of any injuries. The damage that they were hearing was also on 175, but boy, they had quite a storm that moved through the north side of Cedar Creek Lake. So let's widen our view out one more time. Let's put the timing on this if we can, and as we let's go to that RPM model, Jason, if we can, kind of show the timing as it moves through. And I know I'm kind of walking through things live on TV here, but thanks for hanging with me on this. At 7 o'clock, there's our front. So that's why on the backside we're out of the severe weather threat in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So it's 6:23 right now. As that front continues to move off to the east, it's a late spring cold front. It'll take all those thunderstorms off to the east with it. And as those thunderstorms move off to the east, we just expect conditions to slowly improve as the night moves along. But for the next several hours, as we go back to that tornado watch, there is a tornado watch that's in effect. It does not include the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but all locations off to the east are under this tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to continue to keep an eye on the severe weather threat. You keep it here. We will keep you updated. News 8 at 6 continues right after this. Well, welcome back to News 8 at 6. This is some video that I just found on Facebook. This is from Weather Chasing. This is a drone video of the tornado that just went through Canton just a short time ago. A very intense, you guys can see the debris here as it's moving through that west side of Canton. So once again, this is video that just came in just a couple of minutes ago. It's drone video of the tornado that moved through Canton. Make sure you stay with us throughout the night. We'll keep you updated, and join us tonight on WFAA at 10.
From News 8, here's tomorrow's Weather Planner, sponsored by TXU Energy, a proud sponsor of News 8's Weather Minds.
From WFAA Weather, this is your daily weather forecast, sponsored by TXU Energy, inspired by you. 1-866-CALL-TXU.
Hey there, North Texas. I'm WFAA meteorologist Colin Coyle. We still have a flash flood watch in effect through tomorrow morning for the Dallas-Fort Worth area, as well as most all of North Texas. We've had an active day of severe weather here, and these same storms have been great rainfall producers. So again, that flash flood threat does continue as we head through tonight. Speaking of tonight, 66 degrees overnight, will be mainly dry. Most of our storm activity, especially the severe weather threat, moves east of Dallas-Fort Worth. But we can still see a few spotty showers, maybe a rumble of thunder or two as we head into about midnight tonight. And then tomorrow, gradual clearing, will be mainly dry tomorrow, but then we have even more showers and thunderstorms starting as early as tomorrow night all the way into the next several days. Your 10-day forecast right after this.
Introducing TXU Energy's newest plan, Free Pass. Whichever 7 days you use the most electricity every month are free. Don't worry when everything is on in your house. The electricity you use comes off your bill automatically, only from TXU Energy.
Alrighty, after tomorrow, we still have those rain chances in the forecast, and that continues over the next several days. And we say hello to June on Saturdays, so on and off showers and thunderstorms possible over the next 10 days as we continue into our new month. You can always find the latest forecast online at WFAA.com.
More thunderstorms, they're still in the forecast. I'll talk about the severe weather threat at 10. A late season cold front for North Texas. I'll tell you what it means for the weekend at 10. So the severe weather threat, we're finished.
Yes. Well, maybe Canton.
Canton.
Other than Canton,
Still down in like Henderson County.
Why is everybody saying Canton?
even Jogan on the phone. He's like, I'm heading toward Canton. I'm like, Canton. What?
Canton, Denton.
My brain almost exploded. I was like, what are you?
If we could show that product on the air, Jason, that'd be great.
I was watching, Rachel and I were watching like a 2020 or one of those type of shows. It was about some murder in East Texas, and the town they kept talking about was Quitman.
Quitman?
And they kept saying it over and over again, Quitman. I was like, it's Quitman.
What was Jesse calling Grand Saline? Grand
Saline.
Saline?
Well, when I worked in Kansas City, we have a Saline County.
Okay.
So, and it's spelled the same way.
Grand Saline.
Thank you for that.
I'm like,
oh, recording piece.
In Kansas City.
Saline. You were just thinking about like.
I was, and I'm thinking, how do? Because I knew you didn't know, but I'm like, how do I tell you so
I
you know?
You did it right. I heard. Like, oh, sorry, Celine. It's beyond because it's spelled that way.
Whenever you're ready, you let me know.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2.
Severe storms today and more thunderstorms in the forecast. I'll talk about the severe potential of those coming up.
Winner. All right, fantastic.